Hello, hello, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and the, metaverse out there. Hope everyone is doing good. I'm joined today with Mike from Faraday Research yet again, and he's going to let us know about his Jared Morin builds, the pulse motor that you've just created.
Yeah, well, actually, I didn't create it. I reproduced. I did a reproduction of what he did. Probably one of the easiest builds I've actually done. It's very, very simple. You just order on pretty much all the parts you can get on Amazon, so everything's pretty easy to get a hold of. You get the washing machine pump motor, and that's actually the generator. And get a DC motor that can do about 3,000 to 4,000 RPM. And you link the two together like this with a rubber tube in the middle, clamp them down, and that's it. Hook up the wires and you're good to go. So from this device, you can actually build off it. So it puts out about 120 to 130 volts, depending on how much input you decide to put into the motor, right? Faster it goes, obviously more power. You might want to put a stiffening cap. I actually have a capacitor that's used for like a starter motor, right? So I put a small cap in there just to kind of even out the power as it's coming out of the generator. Now, I suggest everybody who's interested in this to start watching Gerard Morin's videos because he explains pretty much the type of energy that he's working with, and the fact that he can actually run the device, put his fingers on it, and not get electrocuted, because it's a different type of power he's generating. More or less, we're talking about cold electricity, and the way this pump motor works is pretty much that. When you spin it up, it's manifesting power, and this is the type of energy that he's working with, is manifesting power than actually generating power. You have to understand the difference between generation and manifestation of power, and that's pretty much what this motor does. It manifests electrons into the coil, and then from there you can transfer that to whatever load you want to do. But this is like the starting platform. So from here, you have to build off it. So you would add in step-up transformers to your desired power level, right? And then you can run loads with it. You can power lights and run saws and pretty much any appliance that you need. So it's a starting point. So from there, you have to build off. It all depends on your application. You want to use. Do you want to power appliances? Do you want to power things in your house as a backup system? You have to kind of tailor it. But this is a different method of doing it. The Don Smith device is very, very hard. You have to really, really know your stuff. And it's using a different type of power. It's using more of a static electricity medium than what we're doing here. It's totally different. And
where it's already using the same current or like electrical frequency that the systems use, that the load uses, right? With Jared Morin's opposed to Don Smith's, where you have to then take that energy and transform it into usable electricity.
Yeah, there's a lot more work involved with the Don Smith device. So if you're just getting into this, I would suggest more getting into the Gerard Morin's device. It's a lot easier, and you'll get better results fast. Where with the Don Smith device, it could take quite a while and quite a bit of cash to get the components that you need to actually make that work. So if you have a big budget to work with, okay, play with the Don Smith stuff. But if you're limited in a budget and you want to work with something that's, it's not going to, need to pull out a second mortgage on your house. You know what I mean?
Sure. So I posted in the chat there a video of Jared Morin's, and should I play that right now for just a little bit to show some of it?
Yep, sure.
Okay. And let me know in the
Just
chat on the
280
sound.
volt, you can connect it in series, and
Yep, sounds fine.
you get 36 volts. You can only multiply volts. You can never multiply the amp with the batteries. Now, I prove it. I'm making way more in electricity and electromagnetic or electrostatic currents than what I'm putting in, because I'm putting in a very small source of energy and I'm multiplying and multiplying. Now, if you study Tesla's capability of amplifying energy is by
Tesla.
a million times. So far, what I did there, I could have done another Lulu experiment there, and I can show you by using a full machine. From you plug into the wall, I'm only getting so many volts. I put that machine, I plug into my Lulu unit, I'm doubling the output of the machine. Now, for all the idiot out there, dude, I'm making more than what I'm putting in. Well, you got to shake your head a little bit, because, sometimes stuff gets stuck out there. This technology have to go to everybody around the world. That will disconnect your own energy system. Everybody can have their own energy. They don't have to buy energy. They can produce their own energy. All right. So what we'll do is we'll find out how much energy a battery at 36 volt will give me, since this is a condensed bulb, 40 watt, 120. It's just a straight element. So we'll find out how much those batteries, how much heat. Everything is about heat. If you don't have heat, you have nothing. You can have lots of volt, but no heat will give you nothing. This is just a little switch, 2-speed switch, DC switch, on, off. So let's put that into maximum. So there again, here's my battery power, 36 volts, turning the bulb. Already no heat. So we'll change that and see if we can run a 7 watt instead of 40 watts. That's the Lulu fluorescent. Not quite. All right. Let's see if we can run this LED bulb, which costs about a fortune and a half. See, very dim. It runs it. So now we're gonna do a change, and we're gonna run the 36 volts into a regular 24 volt motor. It will spin that at very high speeds, about 4,000 RPM. And we'll see what comes out the other end. We'll reconnect that here. A lot of connecting and deconnecting in this show. So you have to kind of be patient a little bit. We'll go back to a 40 watt bulb. Lots of heat coming out here. Okay. Let's go to a 60 watt bulb. It's a really big bulb. You want to pass me the big twisty over there? Thank you. Big twisty. That's a 40 watt twisty. It's about 12 years old since almost one of the first one came out. Let's see. Works just fine. Now let's see how much lumen. This is supposed to produce, what it says on it is 1,065 lumens. That's a lot of lumen. Now, this is a lot of light compared to those battery was illuminating at really low. Now, we'll go back to the straight. Can you put that away since we don't need that? Thank you. And this one here. Thank you. I'll put back the 40-watt bulb, which is a stove or an oven bulb. Now, I dare anybody, and I like you to do that, to take your lamp, peel up the insulation of your wire, turn it on like this, and then go like this with your finger across the two bare wire, and talk to me and see what is going to be the response. Because after maybe 30 seconds to a minute, someone's going to have to call 911. You will be dead. I can hold that all day long. Okay, because I'm not producing amperage. I'm producing electromagnetic.
Sorry, it seemed to be freezing there.
Watts.
Yeah.
That's mean
Although you can
radiant
hear
watts.
it.
Good.
But that's a decent demonstration of what you got.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah.
Would
So
you
what he's trying to say is he's not doing amperage. He's doing the manifestation of the electrons in the circuit. That's why you're able to put your finger across both leads, and you don't get electrocuted. With my device, I could do the same thing and not, have to call 911 like he says. So, yeah, this is a basic platform that you can expand on. And Gerard kind of shows how he does that. Now he's got a lot bigger of a device he's working on now. That's why he's spent so much time in China trying to get all the motor controls and the components he needs for the device that be able to power a house. So again, when you get to that level, you're talking thousands of dollars to get to that level, right? So, do you want me to show my system or?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
And Sid, it has the same amount of water, but it's because it's frozen that you're getting a higher capacitance in the permafrost and why it is more conductive. And I've actually been doing some experiments since it's so cold right now with my electrolysis, where it's actually producing more hydrogen bubbling off the cathode while it's frozen ice than when it was liquid, which was just fascinating to me. And as you can see, there's Mike's, which looks pretty darn similar to what we got there by Jared Morin, as everybody can see.
Yeah. So that's the washing machine pump motor. And you got your load. That's the capacitor I was telling you about. So I hooked that up just to kind of smoothen out the power a little bit. And I'll fire it up and you can see.
Nice. Mike, I'm just going to let you keep doing your thing for a few minutes here while I set up my experiment on camera 2.
Yep. So that's pretty much it. So, yeah, that's the basic unit. It's probably the easiest build you'll ever do. And, yeah, so I just got rubber tubing in the middle, and I got a pipe clamp there to hold it onto the motor. And I clamped it down with the steel straps, screw it down. I put some foam on the bottom there to try to absorb some of the vibration. These tend to have quite a bit of vibration when you run it. Eventually, I'll make a better rig for it. But yeah, when you get everything going, she works quite well. So I can get quite a bit of power. That's at 18 volts. And I can bump it up to 24 volts. And then it goes really bright. So you can see the power output of this thing is quite large. That's at 24 volts. So the motor's spinning at about 4,000 RPM. So yeah, it was a cool build, and it works well. And if you guys want to experiment with that, it's probably one of the easiest builds you'll ever do. So the circuit's pretty easy. You just got the 2 wires coming out the bottom there. Goes to the capacitor, and then from the capacitor to your load. Now, what Gerald was talking about is the load. All right, this is an LED. If you I put a 25-watt incandescent bulb in place of this one, and when you know you're generating real power, it's heat. So that 25-watt bulb I put on there, I cranked the sucker on, and she heated up to the point where I couldn't touch it. If I held it any longer, I probably would have got burnt. So that's when you know you're generating real power. Is if you're generating heat in the light bulb, that means you're pumping amperage. You're moving electrons. Electrons are in motion, and that's when you're able to power devices with that. So yeah, it's creating electromotive force. So I think that's what basically what you're trying to do. What else could I say? Yeah, wiring this thing. So from here, from the output, you would hook it up to, say, like a step-up transformer. So you put it in the primary, and then you can bump it up, say, to 220. You go from 120 to 220. And then you can take that 220 and go to 440 or whatever. You can just keep stepping it up over and over and over again. So, yeah, it's such a basic system. It's so easy to make. And, you don't have to break the bank to make it. So, yeah, I'm trying to think of something else that I might have missed.
I'm gonna need a build list so I can make one too here.
Yep, everything's on Amazon.
I think I got most of the parts.
Yeah, it's you could get any kind of DC motor that can put out about anywhere from 2 to 4,000 RPM. So you're pretty flexible for the input motor. More efficient the motor is, the better. Then you just get your standard front loader pump motor for dishwasher, or actually no, it's actually the front loader of washing machine for your clothing, and that's like $30, $40, depends which one you get. But they all pretty much put out about the same power, and really no modifications to it. It's pretty much just get that flexible tubing, buy a couple of clamps, and then push the piping on, and then clamp it down, and you're good to go. Just hook up a motor controller if you want, or just a switch, and hook up a battery to it, and you're good to go. It's such an easy build. So it's something definitely you can do a lot of experimentation with. But watch Gerald's videos. Try to watch as many as you can.
Yeah, and we'll play a bit more here throughout this live stream too.
Yeah, he kind of gives you more insight on what type of power you're actually dealing with. The fact that I can actually touch this thing while it's running and it doesn't kill me. So yeah, it's you're dealing with a different kind of power source. So how's the alchemy stuff going?
It's pretty fascinating, and the one that is plugged in, because we have a Chinook today.
Right.
My one reactor that's plugged into and has electricity going into it, the ice is melting exponentially slower than ones that it's just the monoatomic and salt water left in it. And that was quite surprising. I was expecting the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can see the wave interference from the plasma fields. It's quite fascinating that way, how there's always that interference.
Yeah. Very cool. And you're still using less power to do it too, right?
Yeah, it's straight up just a 5-volt cell phone charger plugged into it.
Yeah. That's it, eh? Just a cell phone charger?
Just a cell phone charger. That's it. That's all.
Really? That's cool.
We will put you back to big here. Sorry, I'm just gathering a
Your
couple things from
your
inside.
yeah, your tent almost looks like Paul Mueller's tent.
Oh yeah,
He's another guy that I recommend watching is Inventor 3. His name's Paul, and he does a lot of radiant energy experiments. So he has a tent and he does grabbing radiant energy from the air. And
really.
yeah, so
I think I've
Inventor
heard of
3.
him.
Yeah, he's out of Chicago. Yeah, he's been around for quite a while, and me and him have been corresponding quite a bit, just in like
Nice.
personal chat. So yeah, he's a good guy. You would really like him. Check him out in the YouTube. It's Inventor 3, and his name's Paul. So yeah, he's got a lot of cool Tesla. He's a big Tesla nut like I am. So
Michael Joshua Lewis, you're saying you don't have a wrench? Is it on my channel or Autodidactics? I'll log in and give you one here because we're just using StreamYard. So give me a minute. But if you're on Otto's channel, Cambell is still asleep right now. So you will have to wait until he is up to do it on his, if that is the case.
yeah, it's like 5:30 in the morning at his time.
If you want to just talk a little bit more about your motor there,
Yeah,
Mike.
just kind of
I'm
reading
grabbing
the
a couple of
chats.
things.
Yeah, yeah. So, there's so many different projects you can start with. This one here is quite easy. You could also work on the Jewel Thief circuit. We've talked about that one before. That really teaches you about negative energy and how the collapsing field, creates this excess power. So, yeah, there's so many different projects you can work on. Most of the plans and schematics are on a Google search. It's so easy to find this stuff. And you can take what's out there and you can always modify it. You don't always have to go exactly the way their schematic is. If you see some way of improving on the schematic, then obviously change it. If you're just a beginner, try to stick with what you see on the schematic and just go with that. So when you get more comfy and you want to start, tweaking here and tweaking this and changing things around, then do so, right? Um, it's all part of the learning process. Like electricity wasn't my forte, right? I was more a mechanical type inventor, machinist by trade. So the electrical thing wasn't really what I was into. Um, that started a lot later down the road in my life, right? I started with the HHO in the mid 2000s, and then I kind of manifested into all this stuff later down the road. So I've been at this for probably about 20 plus years. So, yeah, so you got to start somewhere. If it interests you, dabble with it and see where it leads. You might be pretty amazed on, what you can actually do and get that free energy so you don't always have to pay for it. Copper wire fight. What was it about the copper wire fight? See, copper wire, it all depends on your application, what you're using. If you're doing, say, like pulse motors and coils for pulse motors, um, I would stay with the 26 gauge magnetic wire. Um, that's usually what I use to make my coils, and I use about 250 to 300 turns of that in my pulse motor coils. If anybody's interested in making pulse motors, that's a good start there. You try to keep your resistance around anywhere from 30 to 50 ohms in your coils, so don't go above 50 ohms. And yeah, so you have to experiment, right? This is all experimentation. So, are you there, Bernie, or did I lose you? They took off on me, so I'm left by myself here. So I'll show the I'll show the device again. So let's see here. I'll switch my camera around.
I could hear you. You just couldn't hear me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'm just showing how easy it is to actually put this together. So I just get the flexible, tubing that's used for like aquariums. You can buy them at the hardware store in Canada. You can buy it all at Canadian Tire. And yeah, just buy a couple clamps. This one here, I didn't even need a clamp. It was tightened up. I was just able to push it on there, and yeah. So yeah, it's such an easy build, and it worked. Pretty much the first time I tried it out. So you can see the power it puts out. It's got vibration. It's kind of annoying, but yeah, I've been trying to get the rig built so it doesn't vibrate so much. That's why I put some foam on the bottom there to try to prevent the vibration of the pump. But yeah, it's toying around with. It was a fun build, and you can really enjoy getting into this kind of thing if you like tinkering with stuff. Here, I just got a proto box. I got the motor controller in there. I've got a switch there, so I got the that hooked up to a power supply. You can also hook it up to an array of batteries if you want, and just buy some transformers and hook it up. Hold on, I'll do another quick little setup here fast. Just bear with me for a minute here. So, just to show you, I can hook up any device I want. Disconnect that, and I'll hook this up to another light here, desk light. And I'll turn it on. Try to get it in the picture here. There you go. That's a desk light. That's running at 120 volts. And I'm not even really pushing it. It's only about 3/4 on. So I can pretty much power any 120 volt device. Now, if you get into the big appliances that require a lot of wattage, obviously, you might need a step-up transformer for that. So, yeah, it's all part of the experimentation, trying, different ways of hooking it up. And I could also hook up my high voltage generator to it and light up neon bulbs and whatever, right? So,
right, and it's like it doesn't take away from it, like if it's in the field, right? It doesn't really use more.
No, yeah, it's pretty solid on the back end, because see, like Gerald explains that you can keep stepping it up and stepping it up and stepping it up, and you can go in any direction you want with it. You can power saws or power the house. It just gives you a lot more flexibility on applications, that you can do it. But the best part about it, you're using battery power. You're using very little power going in. So yeah, it's an interesting device. Actually, I wanted to build this quite a while ago. I just never really got around to doing it. And oops. So yeah, just trying to get my camera changed here. So how many volts it's running off? Usually, to get the best results, you got to go 18 volts. So he was using two battery packs from Drills battery packs, and he puts those in series, so he's getting 18 volts, and then from there he pumps it into the motor that runs it. So as long as your motor's getting about 3,000 to 4,000 RPM, you'll be able to power pretty much anything. So yeah, nice. Like this, like the motor I got, I could put 24 volts in. So I could put two 12-volt batteries in parallel, like 2 car batteries. Then I could power to the cows come home, right?
Nice.
So yeah, And you could also do electrolysis with this. Hook this up to your electrolysis, your alchemy stuff, and you can run it right off a battery instead of running a voltage from the wall, right?
Sounds like my next build.
There you go.
Just got. I'm gonna mute myself out here for a sec while I use the sink to fill up, and then the bottom cam. I will have an experiment going here shortly.
All right, cool. Yeah, so the best thing to do is to get educated in this, and I suggest watch Gerard Morin's videos pretty much right from the beginning. He's pretty intense. Sometimes he gets kind of political, but if you get past all that kind of stuff and get into really what he's working with, he even used those drone motors. He rewired a couple of drone motors, hooked them up, basically put them together. One would be the driver, and the other one generates the power. And he was getting an enormous amount of power out of those things. But you have to wire those ones, the proper way. And when you do so, you can generate huge amount of watts with a tiny little motor. It's pretty impressive. So, yeah, it's a lot of tinkering, for the guy who has enough time like I do. I'm laid off, so I've been working on this stuff quite a bit. So I've been actually getting a lot done in the last month with my projects. Where before, I'm working so much and then got pulled the plug and get laid off. So I got all this time on my hands to work on the projects, work on my YouTube channel, and you can check them out on that Faraday Research. And the last video I just posted, I did my flywheel generator, and that's something that I just did prototype 1 of that one, which that one's going to evolve into a better system. Just more or less a proof of concept of how that system works. They call that a mechanical battery. So if nobody knows too much about it, flywheel generators are called mechanical batteries. Do Google searches, you can see tons of different ideas how to make flywheel generators. They actually used them in buses back in the 40s in Switzerland. They're about 1,200 pounds, huge giant wheels. They put them at the center of the bus, and they would go from the stations were 6 kilometers apart, and every time it came to a station, they would pump power into it to get that flywheel spinning really fast, and then it would detach itself from the bus, and now the bus can travel on the flywheel 6 kilometers. So they tried this concept. It worked pretty good for a while, but back in the 40s, the engineering was a lot different. Things broke down. Technical problems here and there, so they kind of scrubbed it. But it just proved that concept of a flywheel generator can be used in an actual application. And if anybody follows Formula One racing, they're using flywheels now in their motors. So that helps them on acceleration out of a corner. So it's stored up energy, that kinetic energy that's built up.
What? Flywheels in the Formula One?
Oh yeah, they've been doing it for the last couple of years now. Yep.
That's crazy. I haven't
heard
of it.
It increases their acceleration out of the corner like crazy. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah. And those F1 engineers, they're top notch. Very, very good. And they use 3D printing instead of sending it out to a machine shop. Get a lot of stuff done by a machine shop. Now they have 3D printers, and they're actually 3D printing stuff in carbon fiber. It's just the methods of building stuff now are getting so much better. Like I have a 3D printer myself, and a lot of parts now I actually print myself. Actually, or I'll show you one right now. Just turn my camera around again. So see this here, this part here is holding my motor. So I designed this. That's done in AutoCAD Fusion. So I designed it with Faraday V2 on it. I designed this entire assembly. It is so accurate, the motor just slid right into it. Very, very accurate. So I print stuff off. So, I engineer all my parts for, my builds, especially if you look at my pulse motor, that is all done by 3D printing. So 3D printing is definitely a big asset for a guy who's an inventor. And if he knows how to do engineering drawing and stuff like that, yeah. So yeah, it's quite the hobby, a passion you can call it, right? It's just like anything you learn how to do. If you get good at it, you can do great things. So, hope Bernie comes back. I'm starting to. Anybody got any specific questions? Use multiple spark gaps. Yeah, you could do spark gaps with the Gerard Loren device too. Just hook it up to a high voltage generator again, and put the spark gap in there. Yeah, it's a building block, to start from. It's just a different method to start, and then you can go higher with it. So.
Yep. And I'm here the whole time. I'm just in the background setting up this bottom one. The water is pink because I am using Himalayan sea salt in this one that is naturally pink. But if you want the purest effects, you use distilled water and pure salt.
Yeah, we got sea salt too.
But I will be setting up live here for all to see how you make monoatomic silver, copper, zinc for everyone.
And if people are into it and they want to get into creating monoatomic gold, the best compound to work with, believe it or not, is beer bottles. Apparently, there's a lot of gold inside beer bottles.
Oh, that's making pure gold, not monoatomic gold.
Oh, okay.
Monoatomic gold, you need gold on gold or gold on silver.
Yeah, it grows like real gold. We were talking about this a while ago. Real gold, if you put it in the right situation, it grows. Gold can grow. Gold is alive. And when I heard that, I'm like, oh my God, are you really serious?
Right? And I was the same way, but all the alchemists of old, that's like one of their number one rules is that the metals and elements are of the first living organism spectrum. Then you have plants as the second, animals as the third, humans as the fourth.
Yeah. Yeah, when I heard that gold is alive, like real, true, 100% real gold actually can grow. Like, how in high school or grade school you make those crystals in the bottle, the mason jar, and you let them sit there for a couple of weeks and they grow and grow and grow. Well, apparently you can do that with gold. So, yeah, you get that beer bottles, you smash them up, put them inside the bottle with the water, and then you can actually, what is that you're holding? What was that rock you were holding there?
That is pure quartz that possibly has some gold veins in it. I have several big pieces of it that I have to smash open and
zap it
veins for it. Well, yeah, and if there is gold in it, then it's pure ore that I will use in one of these experiments to try and grow it on the anode side in the electrolysis process.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, my grandfather, my dad's father, he was a gold miner in northern Quebec back in the 40s. And he worked in the gold mines, worked in the coal mines. And then when the mines closed, he went out west to Calgary and Vancouver and he was a lumberjack. So, yeah, gold, I've seen actual real gold ore. And when you hold it and you feel it, it feels kind of organic. I don't know if it's just me, but the real 100% gold ore, it feels organic almost. It's weird, very weird. So you can experiment with a lot of that stuff. There's another guy who's doing these gold extractions by smashing up the beer bottles, and he would put it into a mold, and then he would zap it with a microwave oven about 12 times. But you have to do short cycles, otherwise you burn out your
Yeah, I
microwave.
believe that channel is like Eagle Alchemy or like American Alchemy something
Yeah,
that did that one.
and he was getting 100%
Pretty
pure
cool.
gold out of the damn thing. It was
Yeah.
amazing.
It's crazy. Sorry,
Yeah, so
I'm gonna be
you'll
about 5 more minutes here setting this little experiment up.
maybe we could throw another video up there.
Yeah, I'll play some more Jared Morin here.
Yeah, it'll give me a chance to zip
everyone.
up for a cigarette and come back.
All right, lovely souls. We will play a little bit more Jared Morin for you. This is the same build that Mike just completed. We will let Jared explain it.
Okay, I'll be back.
How much I got there?
It keeps going up. It's right now. It's at 365. 365.
365 volt. You don't want to touch that. It bites. It won't kill you, but it bites. Okay. Now I'm going to take a 30 watt fluorescent tube, which is burnt. I burn it so I can show you. I'm going to hook up one wire to that, not two. See, those only work with 2 wire because it's an element on each end. This element is burnt. I burn it directly on the plug. I will hook up the other end. That's a UV bulb for a fish tank, which was burned. Doesn't look burned to me.
Nope.
Oh, because there's no gas in there. It's a vacuum. Lack of air makes the electron light up when it's on high voltage. Okay, that was a 30 watt. Let's try. I like those ones because they don't roll. Same here. I burn them up. One each side, and that's a 40 watt. Doesn't look burnt to me. As long as a vacuum, as long as no gas in there, I can ignite the electron flowing through. This generator it doesn't produce, it actually makes the electron manifest itself because I cannot make energy. Natural energy is not something you make or manufacture. You have to make it manifest. This is actually not a generator, but it becomes a modulator for the electron to flow. So now we will do something a little bit more sparky. Everybody think we have lots of juice, and high voltage can kill and destroy everything. This is a fully electronic ozone machine, an old one. I clean it up and fix it so it works. We are going to plug that behind you, that box right beside your foot there. That box, yeah, just right there. That's good. So I will turn this on. As you see, the light is on. I'm making ozone already. That's negative ozone. I should have that's maximum output. Right?
Yeah.
That's all I got of that machine plug out at that wall. Now bring me the back. I'm gonna put 300 and some volt in it. See, I'm plugging my little transformer. Come on, Chinese stuff. As you can see, can you see that properly in the video?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we'll turn this on. I will use, oh, here it is. I will turn it down because now it's going to be really sparking. I'm putting out more, and I'm not burning the electronic in this box. You can smell the ozone from here. Can you smell it, Richard?
Yeah.
Okay. And I test this box for days on, and it won't burn the electronic whatsoever. This power can run TV. You can take that off if you want to. You can run TV. You can run just about anything. And the nice thing about it is you will never burn a light bulb again. Doesn't matter if it's condensed bulb, fluorescent bulb, LED bulbs. Matter of fact, this little thing I test on some LED, small LED light. If I would put 10 million little LED bulbs and cover my whole ceiling, this tiny little thing would light up the whole ceiling. You would not be able to stand here. That's what radiant watt is. But around the wire, I'm sending an oscillation into the battery. And remember, those batteries are very fragile. I burnt one already. If you discharge to zero, you cannot recharge this battery. They're garbage. You know, that's what lithium battery. They're very good, really hot, but they cannot go down. And I'm going to run an AC oscillation through the battery. It will take a few seconds here. It takes a while for the oscillation, for the battery to accept the oscillation first. You can't push anything because it's a computer, it's a multifunction chips in those batteries who runs equal amount of juice on all the stack of batteries. It's always mothering itself. If one needs a little bit, they will discharge from voltage into the other one. So we're all good with that. AC, right? There we go. Now we're slowly going. It takes a while. It's not instant, but listen, that's technology people don't have, and here I have oscillating DC battery. This technology, we don't have that here.
So what's happening right there?
AC current
So AC
going
current?
through a DC battery.
Okay.
Now, do you imagine with a little bit of research what I could do? We could use battery, AC currents, battery, because AC motor is 10 times more efficient than a DC motor. So all those little drone out there, they run out of battery all the time. If they were using AC battery, they would run 10 times longer with the same mass, the same weight. Hi, my name is Gerard Morin. I've been studying Tesla as AC current for roughly around about 10 to 15 years, on and off. And then I took some time off, a straight 10 months of my life, to be able to do what I'm going to be showing you what I'm doing with the alternative currents. What I'm having is actually an alternative current, but not the same currents you guys are used to from the plug of your house. It's actually an electrostatic currents. I'm not producing any amp or any normal watt. I'm producing what this tester used to call radiant watts. So I'm going to show you how it works. I got two 18 volt battery DC hook up in series to make 36 volts. It's my primary, and you just need something to spin this tiny little thing here. So this will spin roughly around about 4,000 RPM because it's 24 volt DC, and I'm putting 36 volt into it. So let's see what happened when I turn this up. Now that's an AC bulb current, 40 watts, a refrigerator or a stove bulb, and it's very simple. This is a one for detecting AC current. As you see, and here is AC current. All right. Now, this watt is actually intelligence voltage. We'll remove that, put that here. We'll use a twisty, which is a fluorescent twisty, which is actually electronic ballast, which is a small computer. We'll put that on. And there you go. But something interesting happened. It's no longer AC. It became DC square wave. This one won't pick it up. All right? And it's full blowing. This thing only produced roughly about 30 watt, radian watt. 30 watt only. We'll change that. Now we'll put this new fancy dancy $40 bulb. It's an LED bulb. It produces about 1,000 lumen plus, and it runs 120 volts, 60 cycle. Let's see if it turns up. That's 1,001 lumens, as you can see. Lots of light. Works just fine. Let's change. Now, as we know, DC motor. This is a pancake DC motor, it's an experiment motor from China. I managed to put my hand on one of those. It's a 60 volt DC motor with brushes. It's a 500 watt output, and to get 500 watt output, you got to put 2,000 watt into it in DC volts. That's mean 20 amp. Now I'm going to use a slight step up transformer. Oh, actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to go directly. This is a part I took from an old burnt out battery charger for wheelchair, 24 volt battery charger. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hook it up. One lead to one of the diodes called leaky diodes. The other lead to one of the wire for the motor. And another lead from any place of that piece of aluminum where the diode is leaking on into the other prong of the motor. Let's see if we that turned that. Now, here's the motor. DC. It's spinning right there on about 4,600 RPM. Now, let's remove that diode and let's hook it up straight. AC power. Back again to here and here. As you can see now, I'm just straight to my tiny loop modulator, because that's not a generator, by the way. It doesn't produce any, it's no friction, no brush. It does not produce. What's happening is I'm making a current manifest itself. It's natural energy, pure electrons. Now let's see if that will turn directly. AC do not turn DC motor. That's all it does. Very interesting. But watch this thing here. When I'm just slowly turning, not turning, but just moving that back and forth, the energy goes there and tell the stator where to put, for what direction it will go. Now I'm not creating any electricity here, but it still go and tell the stator what position to go for the direction it's going to turn. New technology. Now everybody says, how much can you make? I will bring Sparky. Sorry. I like sparking. I've been zapped with 400,000 volts so many times. I feel like I'm going to light up like a bulb sometime. This is a single simple loop step-up transformer. Which I'm just going to hook up to this unit here. And I'm going to hook up that to this transformer. So I'm double stepping. Already. One more. There's lots of connection here, so you have to be patient with me a little bit. Okay. Now, my field at 400,000 volts. That's how distance I can make this thing turn. Now, if you would hit like that, you would go through the wall. I almost got thrown through the wall. It won't kill you, but it sure will wake you up. So now I'm putting 400,000 volts. What can I do with that? Oh yeah, what can I do with that? I'm going to use this. So I step out the. This is a burned out UV for a little fish tank, UV2. I ground it directly to the plug and I burn the little element inside. And by the way, there's no gas in those tubes. It's alive. It's a sample vacuum. The deadly stuff inside is the coating of the glass is a powder, and that's what kills you if you breathe it. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to let 400,000 volts going through my body with one hand. I'm going to put that down there. I'm going to let the current go through a bite, it's a snake. I'm going to let the current go through me to natural electrons. And I'm not going to touch the other end and let just the glass. And I'm going to introduce that. And it makes the light bulb turn on. Now, if the window was closed, you could see this thing light up like crazy.
Yeah, it picks it up quite well.
Right? Now, those are burned light bulb, by the way.
That's a burned light bulb.
Yeah, the burn. They don't work no more. The garbage. They go to the landfill. Now, just with this one, I'm going to bring a brand new one I bought and I burn it separately. You can see the mark where it's burned.
Oh yeah.
If you hook it up.
Just paused it there for a sec.
Yeah.
Did you have anything to add in, Mike? Hello. everyone.
Yeah, it's like, oh, hey, Aaron, how's it going? Haven't talked to him in a couple of days. Yeah, I've been busy
Bane
and
Bear,
stuff. And
I will post the link or send you a link here shortly to join in once we got everything.
yeah, all I could say is just join, subscribe my channel, and you can see all the latest stuff that I've been doing at Faraday Research R&D, and just type that in the Google search or even on YouTube, and you'll be able to find me. So
Yeah,
I
I posted your link, the link to my channel and Otto Cambell's channel, all in the description. So whatever stream you're watching on, everybody's links are there. Campbell's still sleeping. I did email him a link, so hopefully he does join us when he wakes up, if we're still going by that time.
Yeah, we're gonna be having dinner here soon, but we could always do a stream later on today or tomorrow or whatever. But at least these videos will give everybody a little bit more insight on what I'm working on, and he kind of explains it the best way possible, as far as what type of energy he's working with and how you can change it and manipulate it the way you want without having to break the bank. You know what I mean? So yeah,
For
it's
sure. I just posted the link to Jared Morin's video that we're watching in the chat.
yeah. How about Hutchison? Have you got a hold of him to do a show, or?
I have, and I've been talking to him. He said he's down, but he seems to be a little out there. But hopefully he does follow through.
A little out there.
Just
You
a
don't know
wee
that.
bit.
Yeah, I interviewed him a couple of times back in the mid 2000s, and he is pretty amazing. But
Most
definitely, he's a pretty big eccentric, kind of like your quote unquote evil scientist kind of thing. You know, well, he's not evil, but he's eccentric scientist. So
definitely the Tesla of our generation.
Oh yeah. There's a few of them out there.
Most definitely.
What was there was something else I was going to ask you. Shoot. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm planning to do a new pulse motor build soon. I'm just waiting for some parts to come in, and I'm gonna make a new version of the pulse motor, but I'm gonna make it the way I originally intended to make it work, as like a jewel thief. So basically, you take a dead battery, it runs the motor, and then that motor will recharge the battery that's running it. So it's a regeneration, a self-regeneration battery charger is what it is. So that battery, you can hook it up to an inverter, run all of your appliances, and when it gets down to say like 10.5 volts, shut the inverter off, crank up the pulse motor, and it charges itself back up again. So you never have to plug it into a wall or a battery charger to a wall or anything. It takes the dead battery and recharges itself. So yeah, that's something that's really cool. Or you could be running on one stack of batteries, the inverter, while the other stack is getting charged. And then when that battery gets dead, you flip it and you just continue flipping it. Every time it gets dead, you flip it over, charge it back up, run your inverter with the other battery that just got freshly charged. And you've basically got a system that runs forever. You know, because you're always running on one stack of batteries while you're charging the other stack, and then you just swap it. It's the simplest thing in the world. So yeah, it's just waiting for
Aaron seems to have a couple questions for you.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, he's building an e-bike. That'd be kind of cool. Hook up a pulse motor onto an e-bike, and then when you're not using the e-bike, it recharges itself.
Right.
There's an idea. There's an idea for Aaron. Hook up a pulse motor to it.
He's asking about how to hook up the coils.
The coils, you just hook it up in series, really. With the, you would go power source into the coil, from the coil to the switching device like a MOSFET or a relay switch or whatever, and from there it goes to ground. Basically, it's all in series, right? So the back EMF that's generated in the coil goes shooting back to the battery. So as it's running, it's shooting itself back. It's taking a recoil, basically. And that's it. So you can hook that up to your e-bike when you're not using it, and it'll regenerate your e-bike power. Because my pulse motor right now, the way I have it set up, only needs 8.5, 9 volts. And you can charge anything up with it. Especially with the lead acid battery. It's a chemical reaction. It's like an acid, right? So when you're pulsing it with a lot of power, what happens is that battery acid actually starts to like boil. So if you have any sulfate or anything happening on the plates inside the battery, these generators have been known to actually clean that off. It actually starts vibrating those plates inside, cleans them restores that battery to its to a new state. I've heard of guys actually restoring batteries that have been dead for 10 years, put new water inside, run a pulse motor on it, and within a couple hours the battery is holding a charge again after 10 years of sitting. So yeah, there's some pretty interesting properties with that, and John Bandini was dabbling with that stuff way back when. He passed away in 2016, I believe. So you can watch a lot of stuff that John Bandini did on battery restoration. So there's a lot of content out there. John Bandini, my stuff, Bernie's stuff, Gerard Morin's stuff. There's a lot of videos out there that are good. So yeah, basically you don't need charge stations anymore. You can just take a pulse motor and run it, and it regenerates the power that you were using to run your power station. With UPS devices, inverters with batteries, all those systems can be hooked up with a pulse motor. So what I did I had one inverter that had a built-in solar charge controller built in it. So what I did was I hooked up the pulse motor to the input of the solar panel. So instead of putting the solar panel in it, I put the pulse motor in it. So when I run the pulse motor and you're running your load with the battery, the pulse motor is recharging the battery as the battery is using to run the inverter. So yeah, you can do it that way too. That actually was one of my very first tests I did. You can buy them out there. There are a lot of models out there, inverters, that have the solar charge controller built right into the inverter, and it'll be the input for the solar panel. So that's where you put the pulse motor, where the solar panel would be attached to the inverter, and it'll charge your batteries. So you just put that in there, run the pulse motor all day long, and she'll just keep charging it. At nighttime, when you're not using it, the pulse motor is charging your batteries up. So you wake up in the morning, all your power is ready to go. Power your TV, microwave oven, all your lighting, especially if you're the type of person that likes to live off the grid, live in a cottage type situation. And you can take it camping with you. Set up a little, they have these utility things that I know you can get at Canadian Tire here in Canada. It's a box about yay big, and it's got a set of wheels on it and a handle. Well, you can set up everything inside that box, and when you go camping, just pick up the whole box with the wheels on it and everything, just pop it in the car and go camping, and you got power. So there's so many things you can do. Also, people lose power if there's bad weather or whatever. Hook up one of these systems into your house outlet, and boom, you got power in the house again. So there's so many ways you can go with this. I don't know if Bernard is around. Anybody got any more questions, shoot it off to me now.
I am always here. I am omnipotent.
You're like Houdini. Yeah, I'm going to have to take off here soon for dinner. The dinner is staring at me.
No worries, brother. I will keep her going for a little bit, play some more videos.
Yeah, I'll stay on. I'll just shut my cam off if you're around after I eat or whatever. If you have any other guys coming on tonight or whatever, we could start a stream later today or whatever.
For sure. I have the Science of Sound episode scheduled for a little later tonight that if I can get Ominous and Cambell on, we'll do. Otherwise,
yeah, I could hijack you too.
Tomorrow.
I could hijack into your show tonight, right?
Yeah, 100%. You're more than welcome. So I will, that'll either be tonight or tomorrow, depending on Ominous and Cambell. But
yeah, just shoot me a text or whatever, what's happening.
For sure. I just started the reactions on this, but it's a little hard to see because of the pink Himalayan sea salt.
Oh, yeah. I think I see it a little bit there.
Yeah, it's got copper and silver on the cathode side and zinc on the anode side.
Yeah.
But it will keep going. Yes, Bane, absolutely. Same to you, Jill. But yeah, it's starting. You can see it's going whiter on the left side there.
Yeah.
By the nano-coated copper coil, and that's because the monatomics are starting to form as well as
I
hydrogen.
need my glasses.
But it should clear up as we keep going here. Is there anything else you wanted to add in, Mr.
I think
Mike?
that's pretty much it. I'll be working on some other stuff during the week, and I want to get a website going, so I'm kind of looking into that right now. And everybody will be able to purchase some of my stuff. I'm going to start making a store. So if you want a pulse motor, but all this stuff is like, obviously it's not mass produced. It's all custom made. So the lead times are going to be about 4 weeks because it does take a lot of work to make this stuff. So I put my heart and soul into what I make, right? So, but when you do get it, you'll get something that's really, really cool. And you can build off of it, experiment with it, make it better, you know?
Exactly.
It'll give you some kind of a platform to start. So I think most of the transactions I'm probably going to be using PayPal. I think for the transactions for the store. So yeah, that's something I'm going to be working on in the next while is getting the store built. So
nice.
Yeah. Awesome. So we got stuff going on. I'll also be selling my water machine as well. So if anybody wants a water machine, I can build that. But it's going to be on the pricey side for the water machine.
Yeah, the water machines. Jill, they still haven't. I don't know. I keep emailing them. They haven't given me a reply yet. So if all of you lovely souls could please email YouTube and ask them to restore my channel, it would definitely help out a lot.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Bane, give me about 10 minutes here and I will email you the link. I'm just going to set up a little bit more stuff here and play a video in the meantime. And then
so
email you.
Yeah, so what I'll do is I'm going to jump off here and have dinner and that. If you're still on, I'll jump back on. If not, then text me whenever you guys are going to do another stream. I can hijack it for a while. And
Sounds good. Oh my, right. Glad you were safe, Jill. Much love, Mike. Hopefully we'll see you here in a little bit.
Yeah, okay. Thanks everybody for joining us.
Much love, brother.
Okay, talk to you soon.
All right, I'm gonna play some Jason Verbelli. He's also, I'm in talks with. He's gonna come and do a stream with us here soon. This is his presentation from the Global Breakthrough Energy Movement Conference a couple years back. I got to meet him on APEC a few months ago, and he is scheduled to come do an interview with us here, I think, in about March. But I will hit play and post the link for the full video here in the stream. Damn, that's crazy. They just hate me, I guess. Stupid YouTube. But I love YouTube. If only they would be fair. Let me know how the sound is, please.
Welcome to the Global Breakthrough Energy Movement. My name is Jason Verbelli, and the name of this talk is Our Inevitable and Limitless Future, a Magnetic Field of Dreams. Now, a lot of what I'm going to show, we're just going to be sliding through this presentation because there's a lot of information, and I just want to have you get an idea of what is out there so that you can further investigate it for yourself. So I just want to give some background on things and go through some more exotic stuff later on. So here's an example of the first types of magnets that I was introduced to when my mom and my family gave me toys as a young kid. I constantly took apart my mom's refrigerator magnets and was stacking them in different ways, playing with the attraction and repulsive forces and learning basics about their strengths and orientations at a very young age. And soon I graduated to things like this, which are located in San Diego at the lab where I currently work. And this is some magnetizing equipment and some bigger toys, some homemade magnets, and a bunch of electronic equipment that I've become acquainted with. Definitely a big step. Now, magnets are mysterious, they're valuable, and they play a major role in how we currently live and how we will inevitably live. And in the upper left-hand corner, you see a picture more of some toys that I have accumulated over the years. In the lower left, some more experiments that I have with water and some magnetic pulsing units and things that I have done to familiarize myself with the sciences and different experiments to have fun over the years and try to get others and influence others to experiment for themselves. Now, here are some other images that I take to be sacred, whether they directly relate to magnets or electricity or not. I have misinterpreted a lot of things over the years, which has still helped me lead to understandings that I have today. And I include some of these sacred symbols like the caduceus and the scarab and yin yang, and these images from the pharaoh cell, like the flower of life, which are representative of magnetic fields, whether the ancients were intending them to depict them or not. Now, we all have a right to certain things as a people. We have the right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness and all of that. But we also have a right to clean air and clean water, and for our children and future generations to inherit a clean world. We have the means to change how we currently live now, but we as a whole need to change our financial perspective, because what we pay for and what we focus on is what we get. So what do we as a whole currently focus on and pay for? Things like war and very expensive war toys, like these $80,000 Javelin rounds. Let's say half of that cost of the aircraft carrier. Let's say like $12 billion per aircraft carrier. In the lower left image, you see a boneyard for airplanes where hundreds of billions of dollars worth of material that is just sitting collecting dust, brand new, never used, and never will be used. Just a waste of money. Just some more financial perspective. Rather than spending money and allocating things on beneficial projects for health and for space exploration or for cleaning up nuclear materials here on Earth, we spend, or our military and government rather, spends things, massive amounts of money on nuts and bolts where you could get them for 80 cents in a hardware store. But this was an article from the 80s showing that they were spending $2,000 per nut and bolt. And it's probably not changed much since then. It might even have gotten worse. So the misappropriation of funds is horrendous. And it just goes to show what the collective pays for and focuses on rather than beneficial things. And the U.S. spends more than a lot of other countries combined when it comes to war rather than beneficial projects. Now look at this image. I'd rather focus on things like that. Beautiful sunsets and restoration, nuclear remediation, purifying and cleaning up what we have done so far. And if you follow the money, it's kind of foolish to suggest that we as a whole don't have the resources to focus on solutions or a better way of life. Come on. Now we look at computers from decades ago, and we look at our handheld devices that fit in our pocket today. I love this meme. And we look at the energy and internal combustion engines that we have used for the last 100 years at least, and look at the way that we extract oil for the same types of machines that we use today. Not much has changed. There's something very wrong. And if we can't figure out a better way to harness energy in more than 100 years, maybe we aren't focusing on the right ways. Which brings us to a controversial phrase and topic, free energy. Now, to me, the term free energy applies to just that. Just the energy that you harness is free after you set up a system and pay for it to get to an initial setup and a final result. It does not mean free manufacturing or free parts or free installation. It means free energy. Simply means that you don't have to pay fiat currency for harnessing electricity after something is set up. Doesn't mean energy magically from nothing. Like a hydroelectric dam and Hoover Dam has been going for over 80 years nonstop because it's harnessing an already existing cycle as an open system. And there's nothing violating any laws. It takes money to set something up, but it's providing a lot more energy than it takes to maintain and keep it going. And I have a little saying, people who say that there is no such thing as a free lunch have probably never picked wild berries and just called it lunch. Now, free energy is about harvesting what's already present, what's already around us, but in a way that doesn't result in you having to pay to maintain the system. So people who suggest that nothing is free, well, correct, the parts aren't free, but again, the energy that you harvest is free, like from Casimir crystal batteries or from wind turbines and hydroelectric dams. There's always a way to harness something in a non-linear way, instead of having to do something a ratio of 1-to-1 or even less than 1, which brings us to the next slide. And I equate so-called free energy to a linear income and how we work really hard for the money that we earn. And working hard is not necessarily the best way when we could be working smart in a non-linear fashion. Everybody knows that you spend a certain amount of time during the week, you get paid a certain amount. If you work a little bit more, then you're going to get paid a little bit more. If you don't work at all, you don't get paid at all. That's the linear way of life. 40 hours a week. It's what the world does, and that's not the only way. Now, a lot of successful people create a mobile application, or they create a song or an invention that everybody uses, and they perpetually get income because they have something set up when they worked smart and they worked hard for a bit of time, and then it reaps a nonlinear result. So as an open system, money can come in from all sorts of places while you can sit back and enjoy life. Likewise, if we spend our time and energy and money in projects that can harness energy as an open system.
What's it like to learn science on Brilliant? Brilliant gets you hands-on to help you learn by doing. From thermodynamics to optics to quantum light and beyond. You'll see science in a new way. Learn science interactively at brilliant.org.
Yeah, I'm going to call it right now. I think I found the single biggest productivity hack of 2021. It's this Google Chrome extension called Speechify, and it literally does my reading.
System, in a different way, then we can
Savages
sit back
with ads.
and still harness the electricity without having to work so hard and pay for it, while we can focus on things that we do love. So the concept of harnessing so-called free energy is similar to the concept of residual income. Once you get a system built and established, outside resources can funnel in and maintain it. The way we use energy now is like working a 40-hour week. It's working hard, but not necessarily smart. And it brings us to a story that I found called The Parable of the Pipeline, written by Burke Hedges. And this is a story about two guys, Pablo and Bruno. And Bruno is all about the hard work, and Pablo is about the smart work. Is it about buckets or pipelines? We go to the next slide, and we see Pablo and Bruno, and they live in this town. And there's this road that goes to this lake, and if they want the water, they have to carry buckets down the road to the lake. They get the water, and they bring it back to the town. If they want money, they have to bring more water. The only way to do that is to go more frequently or to have bigger buckets. Now, the amount of water that they can bring and the amount of time it takes, they know. And if there was a better way, which there was, Pablo was spending his time on figuring out that way. And he was working smart, trying to build a master plan of a pipeline to bring that water from the lake to the town so he didn't have to carry buckets in a linear fashion. He could sit back while the rain filled the reservoir and then the water ran into the town. So if we're willing to spend time, money, and effort to pursue a long-term beneficial future, we have to work on things that are a bit different than how we do them now. And after Pablo finished his pipeline, he actually put Bruno out of a job, and he created a source of income and water for everybody that was self-sustaining, which is what we are trying to do in San Diego now. One of my favorite quotes is from Margaret Mead. "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has." And what you see here is our efforts built up since 2010. We have a magnetic facility so we can study different phenomenon. And we have a machine shop so we can fabricate our own magnets and our own materials and study them on a very small scale, apply them and test these different theories and see what works out and try a different way of generating energy, which we'll go into later. We have a good grasp on what magnets can do, but humanity is still in its infancy stage when it comes to magnetization processes. Magnetic gradients, or coated magnets, rotating superconductors, electrets, and other exotic materials. What you see on the left side of this slide is a homemade magnetization set up by Fernando Morris to investigate the theory of magnetic waveforms. You see Tom Vallone, which is a good talk on American anti-gravity. And he's talking about magnetic motors and magnetic gradients, which is one of the few untapped branches of science, which again, that we are exploring in San Diego. Below Tom Vallone, you see an image of Dr. Eugene Podklednov, who works with rotating superconductors and is an unacknowledged researcher, was suppressed by NASA and the Department of Defense. And to the right of that, you just see some basic images of coated magnets from Correlated Magnetics Research, or polymagnets, which we'll get into also in a little bit. And we use magnets in everyday life and take for granted a lot of their daily applications, from hanging notes on refrigerators to generating our everyday electricity, to picking up objects in junkyards and maglev trains, speakers, and medical applications like MRIs. But here I wanted to go over some conventional and normal magnets and then move to some more exotic concepts and claims. Now, magnetization itself is a process of electrifying a metal through high capacitive discharge into coils. The process is relatively primitive and is a standard used internationally. usually requires a lot of power for larger samples. There are many steps before the final stage of magnetization of an actual metal when it comes to standard industrial processes. Ferrous metals can become a magnet when in the presence of an already existing magnet, like ball bearings or paper clips and little pieces of metal like that. Now, there's all different kinds of magnetism, which I've listed at the bottom of this slide. What we're focusing on is more of the coated magnets and a new concept of magnetic waveforms. But just to give you some context, here are some standard types of magnetization orientations. Axially magnetized, which would be the top half of your body, the bottom half. Diametrically magnetized, which would be the right side of your body and left side of your body. And radially magnetized, which is like the inner diameter and outer diameter of a ring. Now they have U-shaped horseshoe magnets. There are radial arc sections, and there's all different types of magnets. A good video to reference on YouTube is this by Super Magnet Man and how super magnets are made. He got the opportunity to travel to China and see the process from an industrial point of view, all the way from the ingot, which are these large moon rock type materials of the raw material itself, all the way through the magnetization. And just to give you an idea of how technical it is to make some of these very strong magnets that are made for generators and not the type that are just found on refrigerators. We're talking very strong neodymium-based magnets. And here are some of the steps in making those magnets. There's over 10 steps in all, and I put together this list from Super Magnet Man's video. Most magnets are axially magnetized, top half, bottom half. And what you see in this slide in the upper left is a green sheet. It's called a magnetic viewing film. It has very tiny magnetic reactive particles in a fluid, and they're smashed between two laminated pieces of plastic. And that fluid is like a couple microns thick. It's like the diameter of your human hair. Now, when you hold this green film up to a magnet, the angles of the particles change and allow you to see the reflections of the so-called line separating the north from the south. And this visible line through that green sheet is called the block wall or the blotch wall. Now, a lot of people have different terms for it. The dielectric plane, the inertial plane, the cathode plane, the zero plane. I personally like the least amount of syllables, the better. Block wall. And you can liken it to a CD or a DVD or a flat disk. And I also liken it to the common wall shared between two bubbles. It's one of the few things in our 3D reality that is flat. It still has some thickness to it, but everything within that soap bubble film connecting two bubbles in that little wall has no z-axis to it. And the block wall itself is sort of the point where the magnetism diminishes to zero from each side, from the north to south and south to north, going to zero towards the equator. Now, a good video to get an idea of the shape of a magnetic field in general is this listed here by Uniserve Science Video. And what he did is he has a 3D array of compasses around a horseshoe magnet. And you can see the layers like an onion around that magnet and turning it in 3D, and you can just see the overall shape. Now, when you put ferrite or you have compasses around a magnet, they're going to help you identify the magnetic field lines. And when you have this green sheet, it'll help you identify the block wall, which is not the same thing. And what you can see with these green sheets, that's in this next slide, when you have a bunch of magnets stacked together, you can see the lines separating them in different ways, and they each create a geometric grid in an array.
You can't expect your team to manage work with this. With Monday.com's flexible management system, however, you can shape it to the exact way you and your team work.
And depending on what shape magnets you have and how they're going together, you can get all sorts of geometric patterns. And that's when they're stacked in ways that they want to be, meaning if you just let them go and they naturally stick together, you can see patterns of these block walls. But what happens if you force together magnets even though they want to repel, and then you keep them there, which is difficult to do, but what you can do with that is you can make patterns and you can form other grids out of these block walls. And instead of them being more straight lines in grids, you can have them be rounded. You can create little spy things with them. What I did is I drilled holes in pieces of plastic, forced them together in an arrow. You could have that behind a wall, and you could put up the green film to the wall and it would show up the arrow, you know, whereas nobody else would see unless you have that green film. Be fun toys for kids and just to have them learn basic principles of magnets and create their own patterns. But what I was doing with this is I was trying to make some wavy patterns, some waves. Now the block wall, again, is different than the magnetic field lines. When you pour iron shavings around a magnet, they'll expose the shape of the magnetic field lines. But what I was doing is trying to force these magnets together in ways that they were angled so that the field lines would sort of make a wave. And I wanted to keep them there, and I wanted to spin them and see how they behaved and just do some experiments. And I have a lot of YouTube videos showing these. Some of them are lame, some of them are more interesting than others, but the point is to get people to watch, to think for themselves, and to influence others to figure out these mysterious things called magnets that really nobody knows how they work or why. We have theories, we have the best ideas, nobody really understands. It's interesting to see if you can be somebody else who will contribute information to that, because there's a lot to discover still. And in my journey of trying to force these magnets together and figure out what happens, of course, you come upon a Hallbach array. And what that is when you force together magnets in such a way and keep them there, that the magnetic field becomes uneven on one side than the other. So everybody knows a magnet has a north and a south, and the magnetic fields are relatively, they're even on both sides. Even though there might be more mass on one side of the magnet than the other, because there's not the same amount of atoms making something up, the magnetic field is pretty much the same on both sides of a magnet. But if you force magnets together in this way, a Hallbach array, it compresses the field on one side and it will reinforce it mainly on the other side. It's not canceling a magnetic field, but you can get it to warp in different ways, and the patterns will show accordingly. And here's some more diagrams about a Hallbach array. You can see normally is called an alternating polarity, when you have magnets stacked together the way they want to be, north, south, up, down, up, down. You can see the shape of the field. If they're all forced together in the same way, you can see that shape of the field, which coincidentally looks like an electric conductor. And then a Hallbach array when you force them together. But these are all cartoons. It's not real. It doesn't exist. There you go. I need a slide to show them real. And this is a guy on Ian.org. I assume it's Ian who put these together. Has a Hallbach array wrapped in aluminum foil, and then he put some iron shavings, ferrite shavings around it to see the shapes of the field. And indeed, it is exactly representative of the diagram in the last slide, that it has these points of compression and expansion, I say, rather than cancellation. I had the opportunity to visit Stanford University a few times for tech conferences in the San Francisco Bay Area. And while I was there on one of these science fairs, they had this business card-sized magnet, and it was from Center for Probing on the Nanoscale. And it was like a refrigerator-style magnet. It was kind of bendy, but it wasn't a normal magnet. had these multi-poles on it, these little microscopic, nanoscopic ridges. And when you have two of them together, it's like they could fit together your fingers this way. But if you try to rub them the other way, it would be really hard. You can feel the brr, 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 brr. You couldn't see anything until you had this magnetic viewing film, at which point you see all these tiny little hair thin lines. And I'd never seen a magnet like that before, and I still haven't seen any since. It was like they only did one summer course on these magnets for the science fair, and then they didn't do anything further with them. I haven't been able to find them since. But there are multi-pole magnets, and there are all different sorts of magnetic orientations. Now, when you wrap coils, you can make electromagnets, and you can also duplicate these type of fields. And brings us to the next idea, which is an example of Marco Rodin's coils, which is a geometric winding pattern. And what I have on the left side here is a circular protractor, 360 degrees, and I wound the wire as Marco showed me, which is once every 150 degrees, 12 points. And I have an example on the right of this coil. And you take this Fisher-Price baby donut and you wrap the wire over and under and through in a geometric fashion. And I put together a video, almost all in one take. It's about a half an hour, and it's a Rodin coil tutorial. So I show people how to make them on the spot, and you can experiment because there are some anomalies and some cool experiments that you can try for yourself and get some understanding of the magnetic fields and electricity in general. You can make these into speakers. You can study this monopole so-called anomaly that I still haven't really figured out. There are spin tests to make magnets spin, like hundreds of thousands of RPM. You can make ball magnets levitate and all sorts of stuff. So here is an example from Jamie Buterf. And this video was uploaded by another individual, but the coil itself was wrapped by Jamie Buterf, and it shows this ball magnet being levitated in the center of the coil. And everybody loves levitation. Next here, we have the difference between a Starship coil and a Rodin coil. Now, Rodin coil is wrapped around a toroid or a donut, but this man named Richard Motzer, who doesn't get enough credit, he is known also as HHO for volts on YouTube. He wrapped the same geometric pattern, but around pegs and dowels rather than over and under through a donut. And he found that you're not limited to the size, because you are only limited to the size of the donut when you're wrapping the Rodin coil. And he found that the magnetic field is a little more concentrated at the center of this Starship coil. And I highly recommend people going to his videos and seeing his perspectives on the original wrapped Starship coils. Now, whether you're wrapping a Starship coil or the Rodin coil or any geometrically wound coil, there are some strange claims. Now, there is this man named John Fiala, who works at the Tesla Technology Conference, and he worked on a military base and had a horrific accident where some explosive tore open his gut. And he was told it would take over 8 months of healing with multiple skin graft surgeries in order for him to maybe fully recover. But with the aid of one of these geometrically wound coils used as a magnetic massager through pulsed magnetic fields, he says that he was healed in 32 days completely without any skin graft surgeries. And he speaks about it often, and that's quite a claim. So whether it produced some benefit or not, 32 days healed rather than 8 months without surgeries, that's pretty phenomenal. So that should be further investigated. And this there's a video on it again by Jamie Buterf called Healing with the A432 Hertz Music Coil. And Jamie Buterf, he does a lot of beautiful work with these coils. here is Richard Motzer's Starship coil design, but wrapped by Jamie Buterf and used as a speaker. Now I have this black box that
Live streaming can be tricky, and sometimes trying to find the right software to make your streams look really professional.
Acquired from one of my friends, and this black box is similar to the claims of these geometric wound coils, and also similar to the work of Dr. Robert Beck. It's claimed to promote healing and benefits somehow, and it's like a magnetic pulsar unit where you can adjust the frequencies and harmonic frequencies. And I've used it on glasses of water, on colloidal silver, and I haven't really made any comparison other than growing plants using that water. And indeed, the plants did have some benefit, but I didn't isolate all the factors, so I can't say that it was specifically because of that.
Can't seem to hear you.
Going back to this rodent coil by Jamie Buterf and this alleged monopole anomaly. This is one of the more interesting things that I encourage people to wrap their own coils and check this out. Go on to YouTube and check out magnetic monopole anomaly. And what he did is he has this rodent coil and he has a load on it, and he takes this Allen wrench and he puts it in the center of the coil. Normally, if you have a coil around a piece of metal and you connect that wire to a battery, you'll make that piece of metal in the center of the coil a magnet. And then you take it off the battery, it's no longer a magnet. That's what an electromagnet is. And when you do that, you get a north and a south, top half, bottom half. But when you put a piece of metal through the center of this rodent coil and you apply current to the coil, no two poles can be detected, only one of them. And you can test this with compasses, and you can test this with a pole finder, an electric one. It's just a very interesting anomaly that I still haven't found out how it actually works just yet. So something weird, got to share it. I also encourage people to visit Pythagoras432.com, which is Jamie Buterf's website, and you can learn more about these magnetic pulsing units and these rodent coils professionally made, so you can investigate them yourself.
Are we there?
And lastly, with this monopole anomaly, there is this gentleman on YouTube, Dan Prada, who uploaded this video. I'm not sure about the title, but the
I can hear you, Bear. Bane, you there? Hello? Experiencing technical difficulties. Bane looks like he's frozen. I will continue playing the video then.
The video itself is interesting, showing the difference between this geometrically wound coil and a normal coil, and indeed the compasses are pointing and there's only one pole to be found. Now, there are a lot of different magnetic researchers that I have found, and there's just too many to list in one talk, but a couple of under-acknowledged magnetic researchers are Pier Luigi Aguina, who worked with Marconi, and he developed this theory called the magnetic atom. He was known as the Tesla or Wilhelm Reich of Italy. His focus was cosmic energy inventions, magnetism, patterns of nature, coils, the importance of geometry, harmonics, and color for therapeutic uses. He developed his theory called the magnetic atom, and he also developed a lot of therapeutic devices based on coils and painting them and rotating them. And it's debated that he had a better method of cloud busting than Wilhelm Reich. And this is well documented in Italy, that he was able to part the clouds or make it rain within 10 minutes to half an hour. And this is filmed, and you can go online and see some of his very strange work. Also, another under-acknowledged magnetic researcher is John
It's
Depew,
still
who has a theory of the
echoing.
magnetic spectrum. And you can go on to coralcastlecode.com. He says that everything in the universe is pretty much made of three things: north magnets, south magnets,
Now we're good.
and neutral particles of matter.
Much,
That got me
much
thinking
better.
a lot. So then I look back at Pierluigi Higuina's perspective, and I look in the top right of that slide, and you see this triangle. So what you see here is the 1/1 is a regular ball magnet. And then he has a piece of iron straight, one connected on one side, one connected on the other.
And this is
and
an
then just regular
absolutely
ball
great
bearings connected
site
to those pieces
for
of iron.
everyone. Coral Castle Code. Actually talked to the guy there several times, but he does all sorts of decoding of Ed Lead Scallan's work. Anywho, how are you, Bane? Hi, puppy.
I'm well, sir. How are you?
No complaints. No complaints. Doing all right.
It's a good Saturday night. You guys doing okay?
Absolutely. Life is good. You're breaking up a little bit, though, brother. I'm not sure the name of that track. The video was actually made by Cambell, but I can guarantee you it is one from the YouTube free-to-use list. Bane Bear, you still there, brother? Looks like you have frozen. Oh, dear. Well, as we wait for Bane to come back, might as well continue the video.
And what he gets is those neutral particles become a magnet themselves. And Pierluigi Higuina says that that is the equivalent of a monopole. That a ball bearing or a piece of metal is like a building block of matter, and when in the presence of another magnetic field can connect and become its own pole, but only if it's a part of a larger circuit or system, but not that there are monopoles unto themselves. If you cut a magnet in two, you're going to get two magnets. That's indefinite. So if you have other pieces of metal as building blocks on certain sides of the magnet, then you can have a simulation of a monopole, and there's always a catch. And that's what this man on the next slide, he demonstrated, and this is Tin Man Power. A lot of people love his videos. He has a piece of metal on top of a magnet, and then a bunch of ball bearings on top of that piece of metal. And what happened is all of those pieces of metal adopted the field of the side of the magnet that they are connected to. So he placed a piece of metal on the north side, negative, and then a bunch of ball bearings to that, and he put a compass, and indeed they were all negative. Then he took a south side of a magnet, and he was able to push them like a little magnetic motor, and indeed it works. So there are, Hallbach array motors and different style motors, not quite free energy, but it's still very unique and interesting setups. A couple more under-acknowledged magnetic researchers: Albert Roy Davis and Walter Rawls Jr. Two of my favorite books are The Magnetic Blueprint of Life and Magnetism and Its Effects on the Living System. These guys had a lot of documented work with therapeutic uses of magnets and the shape of the magnetic field, which went beyond the ferrocell or the ferrite particles or even the magnetic viewing film. They were saying that there are two donut-like shapes on top of each magnet with vortexes, and they were able to show that for the first time decades ago. They have a website called magnetage.com, and I suggest people read the frequently asked questions page on there. This gets kind of confusing to people when you're dealing with compasses and magnets. But they developed a therapy called biomagnetic therapy, and they claimed to have the science and documentation to show the benefits of these specific magnets placed on different parts of the body for different periods of time, and it would alleviate certain ailments. So I was looking at their claims, and I was looking at the pictures of blood before and after magnetism therapies. And boy, they looked a lot like these so-called structured water therapies, when you have water cycled through some geometric device, and then people drink the water, and it's claimed to benefit the system somehow. And indeed, when you look through a microscope at the blood, you can see similarities between these stacked red blood cells and rouleaus and symplasts. And then when they drink this type of water or receive this biomagnetic therapy, the cells change. They become more individualized, more buoyant, more magnetically repulsive to each other. I mean, certainly more oxygen, or to deliver more nutrients and have more charge. So there are similarities between this biomagnetism treatments and these structured water treatments. And the reason why I was interested in the so-called structured water is because of the magnetic components introduced in some of these setups. And here is a picture of some of those examples. On the top, you see an example of Dan Winter's imploder nozzle, which is a 3D printed spiral nozzle which forces the water to spin on itself and back again. And after it does so, it is sent through an array of these magnets that are forced together even though they want to repel. And what it does is it somehow benefits the water. And there are other machines or units that they even sell in Home Depot and hardware stores that you could put around your gas line, or you can put around your water heater in your house, and it's claimed to soften the water or benefit the water.
Just as an ad was coming up. So great timing to rejoin us, Bane.
Hey, man. Sorry about that. I switched to my other phone. Is this better? Can you actually hear me?
Much, much better. Loud and clear, brother. And see ya.
Well, no
program
headphones.
covers the basics of quantum communication and quantum computing.
But
it's particularly designed
I wanted to let you
for
know,
people who want to learn about quantum computing.
Do you hear something in the background?
Yeah, the video started playing again. I just paused it there. How's the sound now?
Oh, it sounds great now. I just wanted to let you know we've been on Ray from Boston Mud Flood Adventures and Michelle L. We've been doing some live streams at night talking about like flat earth and electromagnetism and static electricity and new devices and all kinds of things. I mean, I thought of a funny one the other day. Think about this. You know what a barista is, right? Like they make your coffee drink.
Yo, yeah.
Yeah, you know what
Starbucks employees.
Yeah, okay, you know Tostitos are, right? Like Tostitos, the chips you dip in salsa.
Yes, sir.
Boom. There's our newest idea right there. Let's skip to the electromagnetism, see if we can bake some new kind of chip, call them Baristitos. They're chips you can dip in your coffee. Come on, that's funny and brilliant on like equal levels.
I like
Baristitos? Somebody take that and run with it. Just give me like 10% royalties for the rest of my life.
That's $1 million idea for sure.
Gotcha. Oh, another funny thing. You want to hear a funny thing? I was walking. I was walking down the hall, and my son was streaming, and he was playing like a game on his Nintendo Switch with like 4 or 5 of his friends. And obviously, this is like a dark humor joke, but I thought it was hysterical. He says they're talking about a YouTuber that is monetized, so they have to constantly bleep out the swear words like every 3 or 4 seconds. And my son, without missing a beat, says, if I wanted to hear a beeping noise every 4 seconds, I'd have left grandma plugged in. Now, as a premise, we've all lost grandparents, but as it stands, it's a funny joke. It's still a funny joke.
How old is your son?
He's 13. He's on the verge of he's on the verge of I know more than you, Dad. So, he's learning. But hey, so check this out. You want to see something funny? I got a Goodwill the other day. As far as we're talking about electrical stuff, yeah, keep me on main screen for 1 second. And yeah, by the way, I've got the Lego movie, the second part playing right now. So, but here, I don't know if I can get down and you can see this. Do you see the little motorcycle?
Mini bike, yeah, battery powered.
Yeah, it's one of those little Razor motorcycles. And I put some videos on YouTube called Bane Pod Begins.
Nice.
And yeah, so my son and I, check this out. I found a discount charger for $30 at Walmart a while ago. We have tons of Razor electro motors and stuff, equipment. We're going to start combining some shit and make something pretty awesome that'll be like roadworthy almost.
Nice.
So that's something that's coming in the future. I mean, listen, it's hard to say, like, right now I know, I'm not tech savvy. I'm not the greatest at cameras or telescopic lenses or filming something tiny like a macro level, or I don't even own a computer. I have 3 shitty phones. One of them cost me $99 at Walmart, and the other 2 I found doing house cleanouts. I'm a carpenter who builds Legos and plays with electricity occasionally. But anyways, we've been having some really good discussions late at night. So it's the Mud Flood Adventures.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
I'll let you
Yes.
plug it though. Keep it going for sure.
Well, it's Ray from Boston, Mud Flood Adventures, and Michelle L. But tonight he's going to have That Flat Pillow on, and so it's I think it's going to be like 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. It's supposed to be pretty interesting. But if you wanted to come and join us, I'm sure he'd throw out a link for you, and I'd be like, dude, Bernie from Didactic, we got to get him on too. He's going to have some opinions about the electromagnetism and where we stand in the world and all that stuff.
Absolutely. I will check it
Gotcha.
out, my friends.
Well, listen, man, I just listen. I don't know how long my Wi-Fi will hold out before my camera cuts out. I just wanted to throw that out there that my son and I are going to be building on the Bane Pod Begins is what we call it. And here, watch this. Here, watch this. Ready? Watch this. You ready? Can you see this?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Watch it. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I got to prop the phone up on something.
Warning. Maybe try this at home.
I paid $15 for a working double battery system Razor scooter, and I was like, $15, and something I can play with and experiment and take apart, possibly even electrocute myself on. So,
right.
Anyways, yeah, I just wanted to hop in for a minute. But also, I do have one quick joke to end it real quick. There's 2 whales in a bar, right? And one of them goes, "Oh," and the other one goes, "You're drunk. Go home."
I missed that. That one went straight over my head.
Okay, yeah. Why would whales be in a bar is the first premise.
Oh,
just
whales.
Whales. Sorry. What did I say?
No. I just pictured dogs for some reason because my dogs are whining at me and.
Gotcha. All right, man. Well, listen.
Over the head, Bear.
Okay. Well, tonight we're gonna be going live about 11. I'll see you later. Okay.
For sure, brother. Much love.
All
I got
right.
your link.
Take care.
Have a good
All right. Bye.
one. Later, brother. All right. Well, now I will continue playing some Jason Verbelli, and then I will explain the little experiment going in the other video.
Industries, but the claims for each are different. So some say it softens the water, some say it structures the water, some say it changes the molecular makeup. Whatever it's doing, it's benefiting the water somehow. And when you water plants with it, you can see that indeed the plants grow faster. Plants don't have placebo. They're not going to fool themselves. So that I take as conclusive proof that there's something happening with the water. So whether you send it through magnetic fields or you send it through hexagonal arrays, it's doing something. And it's simulating the same benefit as these biomagnetic therapies. Victor Schauberger would be proud. Now, I put together another video on YouTube called Super Imploder Magnets and Water Structurizers. And I took apart Dan Winter's unit and a couple other people's units, Clayton Nolte, and I tried to get an idea of how their theories for their water units were working. And that gave me the information to put together my own units and combine their info. And I made videos to try to help other people understand that. And you can find out more about Dan Winter's imploder nozzle with these phase conjugated magnets, just forced together, even though they want to repel. Go to fractalfield.com/imploder magnetic research. And just to show you that this isn't just all talk, here's some side-by-side comparisons of plants and yields, food, real tangible stuff benefited by this water. And this particular piece on the top two images of this slide comes from rainmakerh2o.com, and the last two on the bottom are from Dan Winter's setup. So whether you use magnets, whether you just cycle the water through like a resonant cavity, make it cavitate, whether you promote the hydrogen ions, whatever you're doing to the water, it is benefiting it, and you're getting almost twice as much food. So that you can't deny results. Which brings us to the work of Gerald Pollack and Stephen Settlemeyer and their experiments with exclusion zone water, or so-called EZ water, which is now called deuterium depleted water. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is because of the magnetic component required to make this state of water. And there is an excellent video on YouTube called Electrically Structured Water, which promotes the work of Gerald Pollack. And what you see here is the work of Stephen Settlemeyer, who is an associate of Gerald Pollack. And this is a very unique distillation process that uses microwaves at 5,000 volts inside of a resonant cavity. They distill the water about 14 times, and as it's cycling through this unit. And there's a magnetic field. At the same time, there is a electric field. And what it does, he says that the distillation process makes for the molecules to be, as an analogy, more elastic, so that they're easier to split electrically. And when you do, under the presence of a magnetic field, it renders the water into another electrical state. And I have this video so that you can see exactly what is going on with that. So just take a moment to see this. Now what you're seeing here is the rings that represent
I just paused that for a second as I see there's a bunch of new lovely souls joining us. I'm guessing Martin's stream has ended now and you're all hopping on over. Much love to you all. I'm currently playing the presentation of Jason Verbelli on his magnetism and free energy. This is his global breakthrough energy movement presentation from several years ago. But you can find a new one of him, I believe, hopefully on this channel, definitely on Cambell's, from a few Apex ago where he was on. And I also have Jason scheduled for coming on and doing an interview with us in a presentation here on our channel. I will post the link for everyone of this full video for you to check out, and many more on Global Breakthrough Energy Movement. And I'm just letting my electrolysis experiment go a little bit more before I zoom in on it and explain it all to you lovely souls.
Oxygen. And H2O is like the Mickey Mouse ears. And you see that coming together. So that's the H2 and the O. Now, Stephen Settlemeyer says that the electrical bonds making up the ears of that H2O are spinning in opposite directions. They're counter-rotating. But his process, after you do this electrical process under the presence of a magnetic field, it makes for those bonds to spin in the same direction and stay that way after the process. And that is has been debated for years. A lot of skeptics, rightfully so, have questioned so-called structured water, saying that it can't remain in that state. You can't alter the molecules unless it stays that way for longer than a nanosecond or microseconds. And that's true. You cannot change the bonds indefinitely, except if you have this new process. All of the other units that are cycling water and so-called structuring the water are doing some benefit, whether they are rearranging the molecules, rearranging the electrical spin of the bonds or whatever for however long of a time. It seems to make plants grow and benefit. I use it for myself and my dogs. They like it. I like it. It works. So the makeup of the bonds and the molecular stuff can be debated, but not this particular process. This is a documented process, and the benefits are also documented. You can visit diviniawater.com and find out more about these claims of this water. Now, when you render water in this state, it does different stuff. And you can see that as an example through concrete and industry. Stephen Settlemeyer says that these tests have been done, and I was able to communicate with him a few weeks ago, and he sent me all these documents, of which I'll have available for other people to scrutinize. He says that during these concrete tests, normally it takes concrete to set in 28 days. And I did some of my work in my own house, and I can attest to that. It takes about a month for concrete to fully set. But he says when you mix it with this type of water, the concrete will set in 4 days while being twice as hard, so that you can use half the concrete in a job and it will be done in 4 days. Now that is a claim for industry to investigate. Another claim is that it will emulsify oil and water. Everybody knows that oil and water don't mix. You pour some oil on top and it will just sit. When you shake it up, you'll get little bubbles of oil, and then it'll eventually go to the top again. If you want the oil to mix with water, you have to mix some dish soap or a surfactant of some type to mix the oil so that it's able to mix with the water. It's called emulsifying. But with this type of electrically structured water, the oil and the water, when you shake up a bottle, it will just 100% mix and stay that way. That is strange. Water does not do that without a surfactant. There are claims that you could use this water as a fuel additive to make biodiesel and other fuels last longer. I'll show you that in a sec. But the other claim that I haven't seen is that this type of water eats through plastic. Now you have to keep it in glass bottles. So maybe that can be used for helping clean up waste plastic, which takes a long time to decompose. Again, Stephen Settlemeyer sent me a link through email, which is about 20 PDFs and case studies showing the benefits of this magnetically and electrically treated water. And a man who needed a liver transplant was drinking this water and completely was healed and didn't need a liver transplant anymore. That's a very big claim. And another claim with kidney failure, and this gentleman who was drinking the water and he didn't need like dialysis anymore and didn't need a kidney transplant anymore. That doesn't happen. So it's another claim to investigate, please. Moving on more to the magnets. The more exotic stuff. So we got polymagnets, Correlated Magnetics Research. And this is an image of some of their coated magnets. And what they have is a process, which is still a semi-standard process electrically, but it's an exotic new way of making magnets. And they put these magnetic dots on to one material, and these dots are called maxils, like magnetic pixels. And I was one of the first people back in 2010 or 11 to get these magnets when they offered them in their original kits. And I made this video called Geometrically Coded Magnets Behave Differently. And they have these codes on one side, they have an inverse code on the other side. And even though the magnet wants to attract, it will repel at the last second. So these little dots of magnetism want to repel, but the overall magnet wants to attract, so that meets an equilibrium where there's a little gap. You could use those for like cabinet doors that don't slam shut, or toilet seats that don't slam shut. You could use it for bed, the feet of bed, so it's hovering over the ground, so you don't have them squeak. They have over 80 or now over 100 patents having to do with these lock magnets. You can use them as locks, and there's just all different types of patterns that you can encode onto these materials, which will result in different behaviors. And I put together another video on YouTube where you can see these magnetic field tests, and I'm comparing the regular axial magnets with these coated magnets and radial, and just getting a feel for them and having other people see the differences on a magnetic viewing film and how they react with the iron particles, because I love magnets. Want people to understand their awesome nature. And I was looking into how are they making these coated magnets. So I wanted to try to make them myself. And what I did here is I put together 19 nails, wrapped coils in a hexagonal grid. And I drilled holes in a piece of plastic and tried to make them as even as possible. Connected all the red ones together, connected all the blue ones together, and wanted to see if I can magnetize a piece of metal with it and have these little squiggly lines, little magnetic waves. See if I could code a pattern onto a magnetic material. And I attempted it about 8 times, different ways, going through the information that was available. Not because I didn't have the amount of power, and turns out I was using the wrong side of the nails. Should have used the sharp side. But I did influence other people to start studying this concept. And what you can see is I forced together these magnets that want to repel, and I have them in this grid, and then I put the nails together, and then I hit it with electricity from just a regular car battery, but it didn't seem to do exactly what I wanted. And this is what the type of stuff that they're doing. This video is by Correlated Magnetics Research, CMR, now known as polymagnets, and they have what's called a mag printer, and it's a different form of magnetization. Still use the same conventional power, but instead of making a magnet just north and south, what they're doing is they're using a 2mm print head, and they're blasting a specific spot localized on the magnet to make a little dot. And I re-uploaded their videos so people can get context on the difference between these things. And here is a list of almost 100 of their patents, which I still have, and it's just reading through them. They have a lot of interesting stuff with locks and space docking. Really interesting. This is Devin from let's see, the Mind-Blowing Magnets, and he went to the Polymagnets and filmed this in Huntsville, Alabama. This is from Smarter Every Day on YouTube. And just a moment here. And what he did is he went there and filmed these examples of their coated magnets in person. The president has also visited their facility since then, and they have become a lot more well known now. But still, people don't know about coated magnets. And when I uploaded my video in 2012, I was fighting with people online. They didn't believe in coated magnets, and they're fighting with me, saying it's a hoax. And now what? Now can't deny the results. So this is a really interesting company now, and they're becoming more well known. Brings us to Tom Vallone and Integrity Research Institute. Now, Tom Vallone is talking about magnetic motors and magnetic gradients. Now, before, people are trying to use a bunch of different magnets, forcing them together in different ways, trying to make a magnetic motor spin and keep it spinning, which is very difficult, apparently, and I haven't seen anybody do that. Maybe Muammar Yildiz is a contender, but for the most part, you can't just make something spin with magnets forced together. But people have tried, and one area of science that is untapped is magnetic gradients, where you have different strengths of magnets on a material and going in a wave. And that's what these V-gate magnet motors are trying to do. And there are people trying to make these things and now trying to outsource these companies, trying to make these magnetic dots on materials in specific ways, and trying to do the old ideas of magnetic motors where you were trying to force together all these magnets, but now you can do it on one material. So uploading all of these videos and trying to duplicate these magnets for myself, I influenced a couple friends, Russ Grease of RWG Research and Electro 1662 on YouTube. Now what they did is they had a little better setup than I did, rather than just a car battery. And they were able to actually duplicate CMR's process and imprint some dots onto a material. And you can see that on this videos on this next slide by Electro and Russ Grease also. There's a problem though, because this is still a standard process. And the dots of magnetism and those little maxils are still subject to certain laws. And to give you some context to that law, this is Ernst Abbe. And an Abbe limit has to do with lasers, like when you're point a laser beam at a wall, or you're trying to make a CD or a DVD, burning it with a laser. The diameter of the laser can only be so small. You can't go smaller than the wavelength of the light of the laser that you're using itself. So there are tricks to get around that, and there was a article by Gizmodo which shows that you can fit almost a petabyte, that's like 1,000 terabytes of information on one disk. But you can't do that with a normal laser because the laser's dot is only so big. If you want a smaller dot, they had to have a trick where they're using 2 laser beams to focus, and then that focal point will make a smaller dot. Similar concept as what CMR is doing with their magnets. You could only wrap a coil so small. If they want to make a certain size and intensity maxil, then they have to have a certain metal core. They have to wrap that coil and hit it with a certain current. Now, in order to make that, you have to have a certain strength of current go through the wire, but the wire itself better handle the strength of the current. So you can only wrap a coil so small if you want to make that maxil. So you're limited to the amount of maxils that you could fit on a material, and you're limited to the amount of strength that they can have. It's still an advancement, but there's a limit to how many things you can fit on that substrate, which is like Moore's law, which has to do with the amount of transistors that you can fit. And Moore's law says that the amount of transistors doubles every year, every so often, until you're going to have to go smaller and smaller and smaller, at which point you're going into the quantum realm by the year 2020 or so, and you're going to have to figure out a different way of doing things because you can't go smaller than a certain amount. Just like this process of imprinting maxills, you can't go smaller than a certain amount. But what if there was a way to imprint an actual waveform into a metal, not dots and polarities? You're not trying to force together magnets, but you're actually magnetizing a frequency into a magnet. Now, this is a very different concept. And this is one of the most interesting things to me that I've come across in this this journey. Let me get to it here. Now imagine, as an analogy, cymatics with magnetics, or imprinting an electric signature or waveform into a metal. Now I'm not talking about imprinting maxills, but rather making a material that's finely tuned, and you're finessing it, like making a tuning fork, something only one man has explored. Everything magnetic related, I think this is one of the most fantastic concepts, one of my favorite out of this presentation. And this is about magnetic waveforms. And all of the examples of magnets, they're all made using the same high capacitive discharge, like hammering the metal with a current just to saturate it and get a magnet. Nobody pays attention to the frequencies used, the timings, and so many other factors. It's like people have argued as if to say we've discovered everything and there's nothing else to know about magnets, and to just read a physics book because there's nothing else going on. No, for some concepts, we don't have the luxury of Google or looking in a library or even asking a peer. When you have a new concept, a new idea, there is nobody to turn to. You have to explore it. You have to investigate it yourself, but you have to have the resources to do so. But when it comes to magnetic waveforms, the only place to turn is through R&D and experimentation. And in San Diego, California, we are doing just that. We're leading the uncharted science of studying these magnetic waveforms, a completely revolutionary approach to magnetization. And this follows the work of John Searle. Now, whenever you're looking into something controversial, you have to look at from different ways. And I put this chart together so that people can get a concept of how important things are to look into or not look into. So there are 4 options and 4 scenarios. Something is true, something is not true. You try something or you don't try. If something is true and you try, you might actually succeed. You can discover something revolutionary and beneficial. You could create jobs and industries. You could become energy independent. You can create solutions, feed people, help the world type thing. It's a limitless future, limitless possibilities. Let's say something is true, but you don't try. You fail at life. If something's true and you don't try, you lose everything and you gain nothing. If something is not true and you try anyway, you still might discover something revolutionary. You might create jobs and industries. You might become energy independent and still create solutions and help people. You can teach people the right way of doing something if you discover that what you're looking into isn't true. But if something is not true and you don't try, you lose nothing and gain nothing. So you can eliminate 2 realities just by trying to do something. Look on that scale and see how much benefit is there on one side or the other if you try versus not try. You could really discover something and open the world up. And another quote, one of my favorites, scientists of today substitute mathematics for experiment and wander through equation after equation until building a structure which has no relation to reality. And when it comes to the concept and the claim of magnetic waves, that's a reality. And we are exploring that new branch of science. This is a picture of Fernando Morris. He's an electrical engineer, worked with IBM for many years. is a satellite communications and troubleshooter. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. But acquiring extraordinary evidence sometimes requires an extraordinary approach. How can you expect to find something extraordinary if you're using ordinary means? What we have in San Diego is a compilation of extraordinary evidence to support the notion of magnetic waves, which again opens a new branch of science, discovery, and application for energy generation, medical, transportation, and a lot more. Now, what you see here on the right is Fernando in front of a bunch of UPS batteries, uninterrupted power supplies, and that's what's required for this type of work is major power. We need about a megawatt of power, which our current building just cannot handle. On this next slide, this is a visualization so you can get an idea of the context between the difference of regular magnets versus magnets imprinted with waveforms. Standard magnets only have one north and one south pole. The point is that there are different ways of making materials which result in different behaviors and beneficial effects. If you use an incoherent process to make a magnet, you'll reap incoherent electricity. Incoherence is heat, resistance, turbulence. The theory is that temperature we feel around us is disorganized electricity. And I liken this magnetic process to like a magnetic prism, in a sense, where the result makes for a coherent flow of electricity, but when used in a specific orientation with other materials. Magnets alone are not a power source. Magnets are not batteries, but they are a means to generate electricity. And if we focus on a different way, there are more beneficial and clean ways to generate electricity, which don't result in radiation and everything that we are used to now. Now, wouldn't it be revolutionary if we didn't need to waste millions of dollars pouring liquid nitrogen on magnets to make them levitate? Everybody loves levitating. Everybody loves the hoverboards and everybody wants to fly. But what if there is a way to lower the temperature just as a byproduct of drawing a load to generate electricity? When you increase a load, draw more energy, normal systems heat up, they create more resistance, and the energy itself is analogous to like white snow on your television or static on the TV. That's like Brownian motion. And what you see in the upper left pictures is a magnet levitating over a superconductor. That's called flux pinning. Everybody loves these experiments. But in all of these experiments, they have to pour liquid nitrogen or use helium, and that's what they're doing at CERN. And it's very expensive to try to keep something levitating or keep something cold. But what if there was a way to make a magnet which resulted in cold? That would make something coherent, because incoherence is disorganized, incoherence is heat. But coherence, all of that energy is still present, but not turbulent. And this concept is very important for people to understand. And here is a little graphic by NASA. What is ordinary light and what is a laser light? And you can see that ordinary light, sunlight, incandescent light is varying frequencies, disorganized, varying wavelengths, out of phase. But when you have a laser beam, everything is focused and collimated. And you have a flashlight, makes light into a cone, but you have a laser beam, it's really focused beam in a specific color. Laser beam is like a sine wave of light. Now, what if you make a geometric array of physical ridges equal to a given wavelength of light, like a morpho butterfly wing? When you look at the morpho butterfly, it has these little physical ridges, and they equal a specific wavelength. It's not pigmented, it's not a dye, it's just the physical geometric structure of the wing itself. And when you look at it, it looks metallic blue. But what if you can imprint an electric signature into a material which can mimic that type of behavior. So it guides energy in a different way. So pouring liquid nitrogen in an attempt to force cool a system is like watching the static on your TV in slow motion. Reducing the incoherence, reducing the speed of the incoherence present is not the same as generating coherence. So chaos in slow motion does not equal order. We are ultimately after a coherent electric field, coherent electric currents. We are this revolutionary magnetization process that I'm talking about with magnetic waves is a means to achieve that inevitable goal. Coherence of mind and coherence of the very electricity we use. There are major similarities between light, electricity, and magnetism. They're all related. In this little excerpt called Light as Air, I was taken from an article about Eric Lathwaite, who is the father of the maglev train. And many people don't know that his other work, not just with magnets, he liked to work with photonics and crystals and the geometric array on butterfly wings and on bugs. I was fascinated by that and how it related to magnetism and electricity. Now, this next slide, speaking of the maglev train and more levitation, this is called eddy current repulsion, diamagnetism. Usually a menace in electrical engineering applications, but with magnetic waves, we could use these forces to our advantage for frictionless magnetic bearings. What you see here is a large spinning copper ring underneath this strong neodymium magnet. The motion of the copper alone generates these eddy currents, which repels magnets. So the magnet will hover if you put it over this rotating copper. There's no magnets in the copper, it's just rotating mass of copper. So if you have this magnet over the copper, it will levitate, but it won't spin. If you have that magnet 90 degrees, it'll want to spin, but it won't hover. So wouldn't it be revolutionary to imprint a coherent frequency into a material which generates a wave? What would happen to that material? It would levitate and spin, something that normal magnets do not do. It's one or the other. And that is something very highly sought in superconducting research. If you could make something levitate and spin, that's like a holy grail of magnetic research. Frictionless. Here are some contrasts between uniform and random technologies. So people can pause the screen and take a screenshot of that. On the left, we have these images on an oscilloscope, not of an electric wave, but this is of a magnetic wave, of a rotating ring with a Gauss meter, and you see this electric or this magnetic signature on it. In more examples of this, really, it's an electric signature which displays and manifests as a magnetic waveform when the material is spun. And what you see here on this green film is an exaggerated version of this true waveform imprinted onto this material. And Fernando Morris discovered this way to duplicate these magnetic waveforms. Now, this is a new branch of science of programming waveforms into magnetic materials. There's no literature. You can't research this. It's something that is unique to our facility. You can't outsource it. It's something that only we seem to be focusing on. You can't purchase these magnets from a Chinese manufacturer. These are a unique blend of materials. This is not something that you buy from China or you can, just get off of your refrigerator. These are uniquely made magnets. And these magnetic waveforms lead to this inevitable reality of a limitless future in energy with these coherent electric fields. I personally spent 8 full months discovering a way to make these new magnets. From ingot, from the raw materials. They're very special and they're one-of-a-kind magnets. These magnets, you can machine them. They're machinable. Like they're You can drill through them. You can shave them down. You don't need any oil or water. You can take any type of drill. It's something you cannot do with any other magnets. Not only that, but you can take the shavings and the leftovers, and you can press them back into another magnet. You can reuse it again. Something else you cannot do with any other material. You can also measure a resistance across the magnet. So normal magnets, if you take a ceramic magnet or an Alnico magnet or something, you put a voltmeter to it, it'll just short out. Beep, it won't show anything. Or you take another type of ceramic magnet, it won't do anything. There'll be nothing. It'll either short out or you get nothing. But with these magnets, you can actually measure a few hundred ohms resistance in them. So it's different. You can also rub them and get a static electric charge in addition to the magnetic field. So just a very different material. Now, anyone who's interested in more about these magnetic waveforms, please take a look at this video I put together called Magnetic Waves, Coherence, BEC, Geometric Structure, and Casimir Force. It's about a 45-minute video, and it'll give you a lot of context with a lot more hands-on demonstrations of what I'm talking about. Because again, this is a very new topic and a very technical topic, and I can't cover it all in this one talk or even mention all of it. So a lot of what I'm showing you is just to show you that it indeed exists, and for you to further investigate the information from the information in the slides. So lurking on these magnetic waveforms, again, got the attention of my friend Russ Grease of RWG Research and Isaiah Ritchie, who goes by Wood, Brass, and Glass on YouTube. And they had some extremely unique ideas on trying to duplicate these magnetic waveforms that are made with an actual electric signature. They're trying to duplicate it, so they are cutting pieces of metal, and then they put the cut metal on put it together, and then when they energize it, the lines will match the cut pieces of metal. So you actually get a waveform when you roll the magnet, and they have examples of that. And I thought that was extremely unique. But still, it's a conventional process using the same 60 hertz or same unregulated, unmodulated currents. And this is what we're after. So if we had proper funding and support, we could hire these types of independent researchers, and that's our goal, is to have a few personnel and about a megawatt worth of energy to use on this project, so that we could make these magnets and make them large and prove out more of these claims and show and display their benefit and apply them. We are ready to create jobs. We're ready to offer discovery in unexplored areas of magnetic science. The core technology behind the magnetic waveforms is called the Searle effect, which enables natural ambient sources of energy to be converted into useful electric power. The manufacturer's prototype we are aiming to build requires 1 to 3 megawatts, say 1, and in a UPS, an uninterrupted power supply. That type of power our current building can't provide. It's just way too much, blow every fuse in the place. While all of the Brunos, as we're talking about earlier, Pablo and Bruno, while all the Brunos of the world work hard following their ordinary processes, which reap an ordinary linear result, we in San Diego, California are working smart on a nonlinear solution, like Paul from the parable of the pipeline. This newly accepted branch of science is based on magnetic fields that produce radial electric currents. Under certain conditions, a unique gravitomagnetic force can also be generated without the need for liquid nitrogen. Electricity can be produced as pulsed DC or AC, hence can be utilized to supply power to existing electrical grids or supply it on a decentralized basis, driving electric motors for cars and ships. And that's the point, is that we do not need gasoline or oil or nuclear, coal, or even solar panels we could use these magnetic waveforms in a specific setup to harness the energy that is already around us, still abiding by laws of thermodynamics, and just harness energy in a different, smarter way. That we don't have to, use a shovel full of coal will give us this much of energy for this long. No, we don't need to live like that anymore. We have different ways which we can sit back and harness energy the smart way. And this is an example of the magnetic ring in a material that was just 2 weeks ago made and imprinted with this electric signature that we can test on these platforms, which is like a dynamo. Like when you get your smog check, it makes your wheels turn. Same thing here. You make this ring turn, and we test the magnetism in it and the Gauss, and you can see its gradients. You can see it waves up and down. You can see its variations. Now we are trying a brand new process in San Diego with 3D printing these magnetic materials, something that I've never seen attempted before, and we have successfully tested. What you see here is a 3D printer specifically for metal, and we were able to print a ring out of alnico powder, and I was able to pulverize it and have this machine print out a ring, and it worked. So this has the potential to fully automate the preparation and magnetization processes to offer a one-of-a-kind service that you cannot seek anywhere else in the world. What we have established in San Diego is a scientific foundation to study magnetic waveforms in a testable and professional environment. This has been many years coming. After 6 years of establishing the facility in San Diego and working hard to acquire these pieces of equipment and get as far as we are today, we finally have a working test platform to imprint these magnetic waveforms onto materials and see what they can really do. So that is a major achievement at SMI in San Diego for us, is that we, again, finally have a testable platform. The amp racks are up and ready. And on a small scale, on these small rings, we are able to imprint these magnetic waveforms. So it's a phenomenon that has been validated, and we can show it and repeat it. Now, one of the last things I wanted to show is context regarding these coherent electric fields, and what's the benefit of that? Well, looking back at the structured water, that distillation process that makes that special electric bond retain in that water, in order to do so, you have to have it under a magnetic field and a coherent electric current. And that's what helps to make that state of water. So what happens, what happened with this man, Guido Ebner? He was doing electrostatic experiments in his own home, and he found that his houseplants would rather grow toward the electrostatic source more so than the sunlight in the window. Everybody knows that plants need sunlight in order to flourish and grow. But for some reason, his ferns were flourishing more, growing towards his electrostatic setup and a static electric field, an SEF as he called it. Now, even stranger, he took the seeds and he bred, let's say, that next plant of that same fern. But when he did, that next fern looked nothing like the one before. Unprecedented change in one generation, like evolution from the same plant. And that was all while it was under the influence of this coherent static field. So he tried it with trout, and he grew some trout under this influence of static electric field. And the first generation looked like they normally do, but the second generation under the constant static electric field looked nothing like the ones before, were healthier, bigger, more vibrant, just different, majorly, noticeably, documentedly different. And rather than actually evolving, it looked more so that the plant and the fish reverted, because I read somewhere that the type of trout hadn't been seen since like 100 or a couple hundred years. Like it was an extinct species of that trout that somehow restored the original potential. And I've heard claims that this Ebner effect can reverse GMO damage in genes and food. So you can make corn back to its original state again if you have these seeds under a static electric negative field. So imagine what we can accomplish within a generation by supporting these branches of science and the concept of coherent electric fields and magnetic waves. Not only power our homes and industries, but also restore the air, water, and quality of life for every being on the planet. Not a utopia, just a smarter way of living, while providing future generations with the clean world to inherit that they deserve. And the last thing I wanted to show, since our planet is like a giant magnet and has a magnetic field, and the sun has a magnetic field and indeed interact, for people to seriously look into suspiciousobservers.org and all of these websites, and Ben, who is going to be speaking at the next Electric Universe conference this next week, talking about the relationship between the sun and the earth, and how the sunspots and coronal discharges and everything trigger earthquakes, and how Birkeland currents interact, and how the magnetic fields on a cosmic level interact. So I hope you've enjoyed some of this information. There's a lot more to share, and I have a lot more information throughout the links. Please contact me. Again, my name is Jason Verbelli, and this talk, Our Inevitable and Limitless Future, A Magnetic Field of Dreams, is brought to you by the Global Breakthrough Energy Movement. Thank you.
All right, that was pretty awesome. I will drop the link for this video one more time in here, and give me 1 minute here. I'm gonna play a little Cambell interlude for a second, and then I will explain what is going on in the experiment here. And there we go.
This is the bit, isn't it? That confuses me. It's like, did we choose to come here to get this sorted out, or is this just seems a little unfair, doesn't it? That you know, we seem to be here, and there's this parasite messing up our experience.
And you know, I know in my own life, the times that I've made major changes, it was like it became more painful not to change than to change. That was when I made big changes.
You know, it's this whole ridiculous narrative of it's an unsafe world. There's not enough for you. It's scary. Everyone's out to get you, and clearly the old civilization was completely the opposite to that. It was all about empowerment, like literally.
Cosmic resonance, I think they called that one, or
cosmic resonance. That's a better name.
Real science, you can actually produce free electricity, and this is part of what Tesla was doing, is the differential between the top of the spire to the ground actually creates an electrical differential that you then connect to another wire that goes into the ground, your grounding. Put that into the third phase in your circuit, and then you have a bell ringing circuit, and that actually produces plasma electricity out of the air. It's real technology. These things actually function producing electricity. It's crazy.
The movies are the truth and the news is the lies. They've completely flipped it.
You know, when you look at everything with new eyes and you come across information like she was born into a very wealthy family with elite connections, you know, it means something very different now to me than it would have even a few years ago. And it's our free will that they've really also messed with, because we've been lied to and we react based on lies. Just getting their independence and end up in civil wars for 20, 30 years happens a lot.
Because we keep choosing to pick up the gun and use it on ourselves instead of building and uniting and accepting that we are one people, one spirit, one harmony on one plane that together, united, can achieve anything we dream of.
So do you want to, wake up, or do you want to just keep going along because to change is too difficult?
And then give them pieces of information that they will then pursue themselves and look into, and then they'll wake themselves up.
I was going to mention it's the whole red pill, blue pill of the Matrix. I mean, that of the movie. And you can consider that movie as a documentary because they're telling us something about what's happening here. So do you want to, wake up, or do you want to just keep going along because to change is too difficult? Wake up.
All right. So that was a pre-recorded, guys. Pre-recorded video by Cambell. So now, just going to explain this last part here before we end. What you're seeing on screen in this electrolysis, the top half is clear, where the bottom half is still pink with the salt. And that is what Jason Verbelli was talking about with the exclusion zone that is made when you add this electricity into the water or the plasma state. You get these, you literally turn the salt water into a battery, and it separates into these EZ zones. And that is what you're seeing. The top half, all of the particles have been pushed down, and the bottom half you are seeing still with the pink salt in it. And that is the EZ zone, as oh man, why can't I remember his name? It's said by Jared, or told by Jason Verbelli in that video. And like I said earlier, I'm in discussions with Jason Verbelli, and we will have him on this channel in the near future to talk and tell us more about his updates. And on the top here, you guys can see what Keshi calls the GANs. I call the monoatomic matter. And we have silver, copper, and zinc all being formed, as well as your H4 hydrogen and Brown's gases that are being made with just simple 5 volts, a cell phone charger connected to a pure silver maple, a nano-coated copper coil, and a piece of zinc roofing. Ooh, sorry. Poor camera. Poor camera. Poor camera needs a better freaking stand. Oh dear. There we go. Ooh, good old StreamYard. And if any of you guys are down for doing your own streaming, check out my link in the description of StreamYard, because now they have music features for the background.
Invite you all for coming out. Thank you for being here in support of breakthrough energy and new technologies that will advance us in energy production and healing and all of these different topics. Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you very much for coming.
So this is vortex-based technologies. This is what we're going to be talking about today. And do we have a, let's see if this works. Well, again, my name is Daniel Nunez.
And I'm Erica Nunez. So basically, we're going to explain from the beginning how everything started with us. We're independent researchers, but approximately 5 years ago, we were very superficial, bartender, model, actor, and we had no idea about anything about sustainable energies or anything about self-healing, very conditioned, basically. Okay? So we started a nightlight project because I was unable to sleep in the dark. So my husband did a lot of research, as well as I. But in the beginning, it was more finding a way that we can make a nightlight that we don't have to pay. Con Edison in New York is Con Edison, that we wouldn't have to pay so much money for having the nightlight on all night. So after looking into different current alternative energy options, we realized that the solutions today are either too expensive or susceptible to failure due to the changing weather conditions. This launched us into a quest for a different type of energy amplification. We began analyzing previous exotic technologies which claim to operate using zero-point energy, or the energy of the universe. After countless hours of researching permanent magnet motors, solid-state generators, and many other elaborate technologies, we narrowed down our interest to one of the few areas of research that aim to tackle the fundamental law in our current energy distribution designs of today: vortex-based mathematics. Today, our focus is geared towards applying these general principles in order to create new sustainable alternatives for a wide range of sectors that are in need of new solutions.
Thank you for that, Mrs. Nunez. So this is the mathematical theory behind it all. We're very blessed to have Mr. Randy Powell here in support of vortex-based math. He will be talking later on this afternoon. So the vortex-based math principle. Vortex-based math states that all circulating energy flows in natural, predetermined pathways of symmetry. And these pathways, if utilized correctly, can optimize efficiency by creating the path of least resistance for the energy flow. And you see Marco Rodin here, Mr. Randy Powell on the right. And this is the premise of vortex-based mathematics. This is like looking at our energy with a different perspective altogether, one that says that we're not really following the path of least resistance right now. And what if we actually start following that path? What happens? So that was primarily the focus of where we wanted to gear towards, because again, solar panels, they don't work during the nighttime. Wind turbines won't work when the wind is not present. So the only thing that we saw as a viable solution was to tackle the fundamental. So that's vortex-based math. Some of the supporting avenues of research that I'm sure many of you are familiar with are, again, vortex math. Dan Winter's implosion physics. So Dan Winters is talking about fractal geometry and how fractals basically create the three-dimensional reality that we exist in. So Nassim Harameyn's grand unified field theory, many of you are familiar with that, talks about the torus, again, as the most inclusive energy source altogether. And if we were to engineer ourselves into that type of reality, we would be having a much more sustainable today. So torsion physics, that's also the same avenue. Cymatics, we mentioned that because cymatics talks about the effect of sound on matter. And we found that to be a crucial element in these vortex coils. And wanted to set things up. We didn't really have so much time for preparations here. But what happens with these coils, and we will discuss that a little bit later in the slide, is that these coils, when you put a precise sound frequency into these devices, you can actually get out more energy from the coil than what's put into them. And that's pretty much something that science says is not really supposed to happen right now. But yet we're able to do that on a very stable. So Thomas Bearden, scalar wave technologies, are talking about two directional energy waves. What you see here is two directional energy waves. We have counterclockwise rotation, clockwise rotation, and it really doesn't matter which comes first. You see clockwise is above the counterclockwise. It doesn't matter if you interchange the two. So that's scalar wave energy, using the fundamental of two energy waves and combining the two. So Lee Burton's low-shoe matrix is very similar to vortex math, same understanding of these certain pathways of symmetry. Walter Russell, many of you are familiar with, and of course, fractal geometry again. So these are some of the people that we mentioned there. And we see the phi spiral. We see just these fundamentals. We see galaxies. They look like two toroidal energies, one atop the other, creating an accretion disk where we live. So that's Nassim Haramein there, Dan Winters.
These are some of our early replications of the Rodin coil, which was the first physical interpretation of VBM into coil form. It was developed by a seasoned engineer named Russell P. Blake and was later adopted by Jimmy Berturf. These coils have been applied as therapy devices for the body, sensitive antenna systems, high-speed motor generators, and many other applications.
So that's this one right here. This was one of our flattened out Rodin coil designs. And we took that same geometry as 12 o'clock, 5 o'clock pattern, and we just flattened it out and created a type of structure so that we can maintain the geometry. So that's that one.
There are two types of lizard or reptilian kind of beings when they appear on.
This is the Abha torus, Randy Powell's interpretation of vortex-based mathematics. It was the first visual that introduced us to his advanced work over 2 years ago and sparked a different perspective within our minds. Around the same time, we encountered this crop circle image, which served as an exciting confirmation to continue researching along this path.
So this is very interesting. We get into these geometries. Anyone who's ever dove into sacred geometry or anything along that path will attest to the fact that you come up with these things like crop circles, and it's very powerful to say that nobody knows where they come from. They just happen to pop into these wheat fields or just show up out of nowhere. And then one of the byproducts is a high concentration of magnetic energy right in the center of these crop circles where people can go lay down and experience healing. So that's a big deal. And it's a little bit more along the fringe path, but that I guess we're all very into that.
Which makes very much sense with our coils, because at the center of our coil is where the most magnetic field comes out of, from the center of our coils.
And we'll definitely touch on that in a moment as well. So this was the first Abha coil that we see here.
I believe that is the case.
With it, he demonstrated prolonged resonance. So what does that mean? Well, Jack Scholes had a different type of rendering of a vortex coil, Abha coil, and he turns it on, and he has a magnet just like this one spinning in the center or above a glass plate. So you see there is a glass bowl. So then the gentleman walks away 15 feet or more, and that magnet is still spinning in resonance with that coil. So how does something like that happen? How is it able to quantum lock so that this magnet can sustain that type of rotation? It's something never before seen by any other technology. So we just found that to be very, very important. And again, that's the first Abha coil that we made. So as you can see there, we basically took this out of a plexiglass plate, and we carved out by hand every one of the notches for the wires to lay in. After that, we figure, how are we going to keep the wires in place? We used clay for that. Not the most practical thing to use to create your structures, but it worked. And with it, we demonstrated energy reduction purposes, so feeding energy through it so that you can conserve energy, high-speed magnet motors, and other applications.
The unification coil. This was a construction which combined a new framework for winding coils, an advanced Abha coil design, and a classic Rodin coil pattern laying above it. The resulting unit could create a 20-foot magnetic field while stepping up energy in new and exciting ways. It used a total of 578 wires and took quite a long time to construct. I stood there 18 hours sanding and soldering this coil in particular because of the 578 wires, and it took 2 months to complete. With it, we learned that the concentration of energy is in the core of the vortex coil structure. Rather, it is focused into the center hole of the torus. This observation was made after our embedded plasma ring did not activate in the way we had imagined.
So I'm not sure if you guys could make this out, but right in the center there's like a reflection. That's an actual plasma ring. It was blown by Bill Chebb, who does the Hold the Clock Rife Technologies. And we expected that we were going to create a type of plasma reactor, a desktop plasma reactor that would rotate plasma around. Didn't happen. Inside the cavity of the vortex is a null zone, so we could almost imagine creating our housing structures and living in there, and that would be a safe place to live, where all the magnetic energy is compressed into the very center versus the way that we're doing now with our regular type of wiring, where we're just literally inside of boxes of electricity that protrude outwards, they interact with our energies, they disrupt our fields and such. So this would allow for a different way of creating housing structures and pretty much everything, but we'll continue on there.
The PoE coil. In order to add precision and ease to the coil winding experience, we developed a new slotted disc frame, which acts as the support for the vortex coil conductors. When combined with a simple spiraling PoE pattern, coil construction can now be a quick, accurate, and enjoyable process. This approach is more cost-effective and less time-consuming than most 3D printer options available today for detailed frame construction and mass manufacturing.
So our overall approach was to create something that could be replicatable every single time with precision. And right now there are other people working on very, very elaborate coil designs using 3D printing machines and basically creating solid structures with grooves in them. We found that this approach was more practical. It can piece together very rapidly. It's very cost effective, under $100 per frame. So it's very amazing that you could just piece together something very, very quickly and you have 100% symmetry every time. So that's where we came up with the frame and the wiring algorithm. We think that it's essentially most important to uphold the integrity of the vortex. Just use that vortex energy as a fundamental. It doesn't really matter where the conductors are ending, where they're starting. It's really just about creating that shape and utilizing that shape and the fundamental of vortex energy. So this is the general method of excitation. So in our standard configuration for electrically testing a vortex coil, channel A and channel B are powered in reverse direction via stereo amplifiers. So we didn't have a chance to set this up yet, but we can talk you through it. Once the resonant frequency is reached, the vortex coil generates a high voltage oscillation, which is perfect for lighting and battery charging. In most cases, the measurements indicate an ability to maintain current while amplifying voltage by at least a factor of 10. So what we see is we have 30 volts going into the coil. We have 130 volts coming out of the coil. Now, what's happening to the amperage is the question, because a lot of these Tesla technologies, they step up voltage, but at the expense of current. You have no current. You have high voltage, but no current. There's no power there. So what this is doing is it's compensating maybe 10 milliamps of current, no more. So what we're seeing is at least a doubling of how much energy is coming out of the coil versus what's going in.
To answer the one question on how to connect it, it's a matter of stacking the coils on top of themselves, where, now this is a bad example, but they're 3-phase coils, and that well, actually, that was a horrible example. That's a Keshi style one where they're connected together. And then with what they're showing here, the Nunez coils or the Rodin coils are actually different, where you have one of the coils at the bottom and it's connected into the grid, and then an antenna and a ground. And then you stack the same coils on top of it, but they are in a separate circuit, not connected to the grid and not connected to the bottom coil, but connected to a bell ringing circuit or jewel thief circuit with your load on it within your home. And then through the coil's magnetic induction, because the electricity going through the bottom one that's only circulating, not being used on the load, creates the magnetic induction, then going through the stacked coils on top, and thus able to produce your free electricity to use through that magnetic induction. We will be going in depth in how to do this in the future, me and Mike.
Into it, which is groundbreaking news, and it allows us to engineer devices on this principle instead of looking at it from the sense of let's give energy here and extract energy here and lose all of that inductive coupling and we waste power. Instead, we're resonating our load with the coil, and we're getting into this understanding of resonance and how much we can actually affect technologies as a result. Some of those testing observations?
Testing observations. Controllable low voltage ozone production, multiple magnetic monopole detection, energy gains using a 1-to-1 ratio, 1-to-1 ratio coils, coil sensitivity to the Earth's magnetic field, bioelectric interactions with the coil, energy reduction when charging batteries or spinning magnets, synchronization of multiple rotors at different axes, plasma excitation through the center of a vortex coil, increased growth rates in plants around coils, self-cooling properties when running high voltage, very large magnetic fields for little input power, 576 LEDs illuminated using only 1 watt of power, and many more.
So this is huge. This is very important stuff. Bioelectric interactions with the coils. What does that mean? That means that we could literally replace the sound frequency generator with our own bioelectric energy. You can, any one of you, you don't have to have special powers. You can come over, grab the input source with your own bioelectric energy, and your bioelectric energy will trigger a response in this coil to generate high voltage and over unity. Oh, no. That's amazing. So that's just one of those things. And plasma reactors, main problem with the plasma reactors, they have to turn off in 2 minutes. What if we can run our plasma reactors indefinitely without ever overheating? It's a big deal.
Maximum ozone detection. This is the unification coil rewired. With it, we tested the strength of ozone produced by the vortex coil resonance. On a scale from 1 to 4, each result indicated the maximum concentration of O3. Now this one is the new rewired unification coil. Our frames, this is when we changed our frames for the second time. And if from the research we've done, ozone is made from 7 to 30,000 voltages, and we're getting ozone at a set frequency coming out of the center of this coil.
Maybe 40 volts.
In most cases, O3 is used as a sterilizing agent for water, foods, and high traffic spaces, which are prone to contamination. We use it ourselves in our home. We'll turn on the coil, clear out the air of the room, and then come back in 30 minutes and scent free and perfect.
It'll literally take out any toxins. This is huge for third world countries that are suffering with diseases and all these different things, these different contaminations, and with no way to actually sterilize their spaces. Another method is using ultraviolet light, but that also consumes a lot of wattage. So what if we were able to create ozone generators using maybe 30 watts of power? What does that mean for sterilizing food, sterilizing water? So many different things. Not only will this coil structure the water, but it will also sterilize it if integrated with ozone. So that's a very huge application there. This is another big one.
Agricultural applications. So this was our first experiment of wheatgrass being grown under low wattage LED crop lighting. We placed the oscillating coil next to the wheatgrass and found that the growth rates were accelerated in the sprouts closest to the vortex coil. In this way, we can boost plant growth via lighting and magnetic field influence, a low-cost solution for agricultural advancement. As you can see here, it's not that. Not really. Well, let me describe exactly what the testing resulted for us. Over here, this small wheatgrass was it was light green and very weak, and this one was a hunted green color, and it was just like strong and it grew a lot more. And the coil's right here on this side. So the coil is powering the lights and it's throwing out a huge electromagnetic field.
So what we ended up seeing was a linear slope in the wheatgrass. So it actually grew like this. So the coil was sitting right there and the wheatgrass grows like this. So indicating that the magnetic influence is actually doing something to the plants, and we're actually replicating this back home right now with cilantro, but I'm sure it could be applied to any different type of agriculture purpose.
Did you say it was growing at an angle?
It grew literally at an angle,
What
yes.
what degree? I couldn't see.
It was a linear slope like this, so that whatever.
So normally it's that way, and it was like that.
Yeah, so
Wow.
so it was like the growth rate was enhanced, and it literally tapered down as the magnetic field tapered down. So it just shows that's the same thing we can do right here with this meter. We can show that when this coil is on, and actually this one's driving, so we could see that we're at max potential, and as we go away, our magnetic field is tapering down. So this actually, the last slide indicated the same exact thing, which was the linear slope. So the wheatgrass that was closest, it grew faster.
Vortex coil lighting inverter, 11 LEDs, 1,300 lumens for only 3/4 of a watt, 0.75. Here's our 4-year-old Daniel Anthony doing his schoolwork using 0.75 watts of power. This unit utilizes a modified Joule Thief circuit in conjunction with a PoE mini vortex coil in order to provide maximum intensity for less than 1 watt of input power. This type of light is perfect for off-grid villages, camping trips, or even as an ultra efficient nightlight. For me, yes, my nightlight finally.
So the nightlight that was, this is where it all started, and we don't see it finishing here, but this is where it all began. And when we finally got that accomplished, this is 3/4 of a watt, putting out 1,300 plus lumens. And
What's it normally?
what it would be normally is maybe around the same consumption, but a lot less intensity. So we're getting much more intensity.
Philips currently has 200 lumens for 1 watt of power. So we have 0.75 for 1,300.
You know, you had said that obviously if we can touch it, we can power the coil ourselves. We are biologists.
Amplified with an amplifier, of course, yes.
Now, could you, theoretically with plants, did you see that presentation done where the plants were actually singing? Like they were making music, it was over there. There's that little stands over there. Somebody had the plants connected to something and they were actually playing music. So my question was, could you theoretically connect the plants to the coil as well, and they would amplify that too?
We did that with the tree.
Yes.
With, what was it, a peach tree.
Yes. Well, what you're talking about with the peach tree, we had a peach tree. We resonated the whole cavity of the tree in order to move to the far reaches of the tree, to the extremities, and listen to actual tones that were playing through the entire tree using minimal wattage. But yes, you can basically take the plug it into the ground, so right to the earth, and amplify earth energy through the amplifier in order to stimulate the same response. Yes, any bioelectric energy will do. So that's, thank you.
You're going to need a smaller cabinet because now you can take all those supplements you're taking or not taking and replace them with this.
So this is conserve power while producing power. This has got to be one of the most low-hanging fruits that are available right now. This is the experiment we utilize with a 14-gauge PoE coil, can handle 1 kilowatt of power for the purpose of energy conservation. By feeding energy through the coil in opposing directions, we attain a 10 to 15% savings of total power consumption with a minor temperature drop of 10 degrees Fahrenheit. Then, using the focused magnetic potential, we spun a magnetic shaft above it, essentially illuminating 192 LEDs with the pickup energy that was being generated by the spinning magnetic energy. What does that mean? That means that we can feed energy through this coil using the energy that we're already using right now in this room. Just feed the energy through the coil, and now you can have a generator that runs off of the energy that we're already using. So why not maximize the energy that we're already consuming in a very simple way? So this is not just one coil we're talking about. We can build generators around the energy that we're already consuming. It's all pulsing at 60 hertz. Why not generate more with what we're already consuming? So that's the concept here. So 10 degrees Fahrenheit, for those of you who are not aware, it's not very much of a drop at all in temperature. So 10 to 15% savings. You save on your power bill, produce more power.
Vortex coil plasma excitation. This was an experiment using the PoE coil to excite our previous plasma tube using the electromagnetic compression of the center hole. At under 50 volts of input power, we are able to yield enough output voltage to power a 400-volt xenon tube, while providing charge to the central plasma ring in the process. This concept can be scaled for electrode-less lamp technologies or advanced plasma reactor designs, which maintain a cool temperature instead of overheating.
So it was heartbreaking at first to take apart that coil that took us 2 months to construct. So we actually had to take out that plasma tube. You see it right through the center now. How did we know that that would work? Well, we took a fluorescent tube while we were driving the vortex coil at its most resonant point, and we put it right in the center. And you could see that the gas was wanting to excite just around the inner diameter. So then we figure, okay, well, if the gas is wanting to excite on its own, then why not just take out that old plasma tube and wind the coil around just so that it's two rings intertwined? It makes perfect sense. And if this were to be scaled up, this touches right back on what we were saying before. Plasma is used for healing. It's used for power production. It's used for a host of different things. And a lot of people are making great breakthroughs right now with plasma. So why not use coils that cool themselves down? So resonance, again, resonance.
1 to 7.6 step up, step down Tesla vortex transformer. This is our combination of Tesla's alternating transformer ratios with vortex energy fundamentals. In this way, we are able to generate high voltage using much lower frequencies than ever before. This system can be applied to a number of applications and aims to introduce ways of combining new concepts with much older ones.
So we're working off of this idea that the coils are able to create this resonant spike or this resonant energy by feeding energy in opposite directions. So now what happens when you take the same concepts that Tesla was presenting using the fine gauge wire and then the thick wire at the bottom to create that different ratio. So when you do that, you find that this coil is able to put out even higher voltage. So it's able to work off of that same resonance, but amplify it even more. So that could be used for lighting purposes. We could be pulsing our lights or charging our batteries while we're using our electricity. It just gives a different option for how you can apply this fundamental. And we're stuck there. There we go.
Some early applications: low wattage lighting inverters, magnetic pulse therapy devices for plants and animals, 3D sound speakers, solid-state battery chargers, energy-efficient wireless induction mats, low-power induction heaters, efficient motor generator designs, low-power induction lamp technologies, advanced step-up, step-down transformers using one-to-one coils.
So all these things are really, really viable solutions right now for how we can integrate these coils. And there are many more that we didn't even touch on. HHO is one. We had a gentleman replicate our coil, and he actually applied it for low voltage HHO. He was using 1 watt of power, and he was able to create or separate the hydrogen from the water in order to use it as a fuel cell. So that's something that's possible. So magnetic pulse therapy. we're creating expansive magnetic fields. This is not something I wouldn't suggest right now for people to be pulsing themselves with coils because it has not been peer reviewed yet. But we already know that PEMF therapies exist. They use regular coil designs, and it's just basically the same thing, copper wound in a regular way. And now what we want to do is change the way that we're winding that copper. We want to use the vortex fundamentals presented in VBM, and we want to use that to our advantage, create a bigger magnetic field that consumes less energy. Why not? Why not have a coil that can pulse right here in the center of the room, and everybody can experience that pulse electromagnetic therapy using low wattage? So that's possible. 3D sound, what does that mean? Well, if we were to turn on this coil and play music through it, we can literally perceive the sound in a different way. It sounds like it's coming from different corners of the room almost. And when you play tones, it's quite magical. You can hear different things coming from different places. You think you're going crazy.
Without surround sound.
But it's no surround sound. It's just one coil, one magnet put on top of it. You can amplify it with aluminum, but it's very basic. And that coil can produce a very, very unique type of sound. So that's 3D sound. Solid state battery charging. This is the same thing that we talked about. This is the same thing that we're seeing here. Instead of running these lights, we could be charging our batteries, serve as backup systems that can run off of small solar panels. You're out and about, your car stalls out, you need 12 volts, you don't have anywhere to get it. Well, now you can carry around with something like that in your car and saves you a
Talking
lot
from
of
personal experience.
It actually worked. So wireless induction mats, it's another thing. Wireless induction mats consume a lot of power right now, but that's also because of the old design. We're again talking about this old circulating, just one layering above the next. That is not the way energy wants to flow. And we will have deeper insights later on today by Mr. Randy Powell, and he'll talk a little bit more on why that's like that. Because all energy wants to flow in the natural way, and that's a different type of circulating pattern. So low energy induction mats, it's possible. So we'll just move right along there.
After many dedicated hours designing, building, and testing various vortex coils, we have come to the conclusion that it is possible to engineer a whole new line of technologies around the novel fundamentals presented here. Now, our goal is to incorporate these designs into introductory applications in order to generate the support necessary for further R&D. As support grows, we also see these technologies advancing very rapidly, allowing for a tremendous impact in a number of sectors. Example, battery charging, battery storage, industrial lighting, industrial agriculture, and many others. On a fundamental level, this testing has demonstrated a profound relationship between precision engineering, sound frequency, magnetism, electricity, and most importantly, resonance.
So this is where we're all unifying all of our understandings, each one of us that are here today and that are at home researching this different type of field. We're all talking about the same exact thing, sound frequency, what that does with resonance, how to get things interacting in a resonant way in order to make the most efficiency of our energy, in order to heal ourselves, in order to heal our environment, in order to create energy in a different way that's not detrimental to our planet. So we do feel that this is a very low-hanging fruit that would allow people to experiment with this. This is very basic fundamentals. We've also given out all of the information online. We have over 100 videos supporting this work and showing how to apply it, how to build it, how to test it, and everything. So this is something that we want to have other people working on in order to further and broaden the understanding, because we don't claim to have all the answers, but we know that if we give out the information, there's something very, very fundamental that you overlooked, and this is how you can apply it. So that's very crucial to our development. And that's basically our presentation. We wanted to open up for questions right now. Yeah.
Inside the core transformer inside the torus to increase a better sound quality of the sound seizure application?
We haven't done it. We haven't. the question was, how is it that aluminum is able to amplify the sound frequency quality?
I'm just curious because aluminum is paramagnetic and it's a conductor at the same time. So if you have iron or a magnet to make a regular speaker, if you also had a paramagnetic to act as a faster switch for the magnetic field, I'm just curious if that's why it's making it sound better if you do that experiment.
To my understanding, aluminum conducts electricity in the opposite way from the copper, so that when we bring the aluminum close to the copper, what happens is it amplifies because there's friction against the copper, the energy that's coming off of the copper, and what's going through the aluminum. So when you place the magnet next to it, so just sitting it on top, it doesn't have to be internal. I think we suspect that when you use it internally, it will disrupt some of the resonance because, again, the electricity wants to flow in the opposite direction from the aluminum. So when you put it right on top, you're able to amplify sound in a unique way. Next question. The question is, what is the website? The website is the number 1, the character 1, stop, S-T-O-P, energies, IES.com. Yeah. That's the website is onestopenergies.com.
I missed the beginning, but what was the manufacturing? I was asking, what are how are you manufacturing them? Are they being made by hand? Do you have some sort of a jig or something that you're using to build this, or I missed the first few minutes, so I didn't know how you did that.
Well, what we're doing right now is we're having these little discs made by a laser machine, so laser cutting machine. So what they do is they basically insert a big slab of a certain material, cut out a series of spoked discs, and it slides onto a central frame that basically holds all those discs in place. After that, we're taking this wire, stretching it out, let's say for the small one, 20 feet, for the bigger one, 50 feet. And we're basically just taking a multi-filial approach of wires, twisting them all together in order to distribute electricity or the tension amongst all those wires. It's a Litz wire effect. So we're stretching out, twisting it, and winding it first counterclockwise and clockwise. And Erica actually did a very detailed video on that, and we have it available.
In the beginning, we used a regular Dremel tool and plexiglass, and that's why it took us about 2 months to construct, because everything was done by hand.
Yes, in the beginning, everything was handcrafted. It took a very long time, and now we're figuring out ways to speed along that process.
How long is it now? From 2 months to what?
2 months to 5 hours.
Nice.
So, thank you. Thank you. 2 months to 5 hours. Big difference.
I was absolutely sure she was using a mix master to twist this together.
Yes, portable electric drill. It works wonders.
Absolutely.
What gauge wire do you use? Do you use different gauge for different coils?
We definitely do use different gauges for different coils. You see here, this is a 28 gauge coil, and it's all different spacing. How many conductors you want to have in that coil, for what purpose, what application. Are you using it as a pickup coil? Are you using it to create the resonance? Are you using it for energy reduction purposes? Energy reduction would need 14 gauge wire, much heavier build, so they can handle more current.
What about HHO?
HHO, that has been used with 24 gauge wire before. So typically it's 24. Yes.
Hello. Hi. A few months back, an independent researcher online posted a video about on a PoE foil that he took the individual wires and placed them in series, so it was one wire. And he said that that as he was smoking in his laboratory, he witnessed that the smoke, was compressed and accelerated through the center. And so that really ignited a lot of inspiration and reminded me of a lot of Dr. Eugene Pakhanoff experiments, where he had a rotating superconductor, created a pressure differential. And I'm wondering if you had any experiences like that, where there was reduced mass, where there was accelerated mass at the center of the coil for propulsion means, for instance. I'm just wondering your thoughts and experience.
Levitation.
Yes, levitation is something that we've also demonstrated. It's a type of maximum compression into the very center of the vortex. So rodent coils also exhibited that same property. Any coil that I believe personally that any coil that is truly a vortex coil should have that same type of levitation effect. But touching on what you were just saying there, if you put an incense underneath the coil, you can actually see that the incense does accelerate into a different type of spiral right up the middle of the coil. What does that mean? I mean, magnetism is affecting everything. We also know that these coils are producing ozone. So if we're able to separate the oxygen molecules in order for it to bind to a united pair to create O3, then we know that it has the ability to interact with actual molecules. So it should be interacting with everything. If you submerge it into water, it will actually split the hydrogen, and you could see the bubbles coming up. So it should work with a number of different things. We haven't tried everything, but
For technical purposes, and so that we can replicate it by ourselves, was it the in-series component to that, or will it, with a standard PoE coil, do the same effect?
the standard PoE coil does use a series connection for the two conductors. It essentially uses a multi-filial approach, twisted together, and at the end, what we're doing is we're creating a series looping effect, so that essentially it's multiple progressions in through the center of the vortex. The more progressions that we do, the more magnetic energy we're able to collect, and we're getting a bigger resonance as we increase those conductors. So at some point, we will experiment with 144 conductors, and we will exhibit a lot more resonance, yielding bigger voltage spikes, etc.
Hi. My question is about the magnetic field. I'm really curious, have you guys mapped it out? Where's the north, where's the south? Is it in motion? Do you have, you were mentioning you had some type of monopole. How do you, or something like that? I want as much detail as you get in the short time we have, just a little bit to give me, I'm just curious as hell. So I just want to know.
Certainly.
The magnetic field, is it rotating? Is it this, where it is it moving, you know? And is there any monopole type things?
So we actually have these these little, he's actually got the device right there that we use. So it's a pole detector, magnetic pole detector. So maybe we could just grab this really quickly. Thank you. This is actually the same device that we use. It's a magnetic pole detector. So what we're doing with this is driving the coils with alternating current. And we can take this little pole detector, as you can see, it gives a little indication of whether north or south. So right now, this is south, and that's north. So we can do the same thing with the coil. We're creating an electromagnet, essentially, and you bring this right into the middle, and we have a south. Then you say, okay, where's the north? Let's flip it over, south. So alternating current will provide south on both sides. When we apply it with DC, we could just take the coil in its same state, connect it right to a DC source. And what we're going to get is south and then a void. So it's like the DC is creating nothing more than just a south. Now, what happens when we take it south of the equator? What happens? Does it turn into a north? We would love to see somebody replicate south of the equator and figure this out. Where is the north and how do we access it? We don't know where the north is.
But it's a pulse field. It's not a, but in the DC, it's a static field, but it's only south with no north at all.
South and a void.
Can you rewind it so that it's a north with a void? Only south?
We've never seen a north only. Never.
That's what I'm asking.
Never. If you reverse the polarity, what happens? The void becomes on this side and the south is on the other.
I have a question.
One-way directional thrust. Yes.
My question is, have you tried several coils as in a step-up transformer to keep increasing the voltage?
Yes. What happens is that when you're feeding the output from one coil into the next coil, it will destroy the next coil because the resonance is so intense that it will just literally, what happens, there's so much ozone production. And what we're actually seeing is that the inner diameter of the coil becomes saturated with this type of film or this white type of powder that just condenses all the electrons right into the center. So you see there's something physical that's actually happening there. And it's quite amazing. Did you say white powder? A white type of powderish type of residue that forms, and you can scrape it off. And it's pretty interesting. We haven't tested it. What happens when we test it? I would love to see that as well. That's right.
If you give me the details, I'll test mine, because as far as I know, is there another one of your coils in the southern hemisphere other than the one I've got?
That's it.
Okay, good.
Nobody else other than Michael Tellinger has a vortex coil in the southern hemisphere. Yes.
Hello.
You haven't done that test though to see if it's South Pole. Okay, good. Well, let's swap numbers. It's really important for something.
All right, I'm going to end it there for right now. There's many different types of coils. These ones are Keshi-Magrav coils, for instance. I'm going to be going into more of his work in future episodes, as well as going to be going more into explaining the alchemy and the monoatomics and what we're seeing, how to produce your own monoatomic plasmas, what is the silver, the copper, and the zinc in this one, as well as gold, connecting it into David Hudson and Mehran Keshi with the Keshi Foundation Spaceship Institute's work, where I learned a lot of stuff and have been partaking for many years. This is one of their nano-coated ones. It's just missing the monoatomics in the middle and should be not connected to itself, but rather capacitors, a jewel thief circuit, and a power source to get it going, and then it greatly reduces the amount in it. I'm going to quickly show you guys some reactions happening in this experiment on screen. You can notice the top few centimeters, especially on the right-hand side, closer to the zinc, but also around the silver coin in the middle. That is all your monoatomic elements starting to form. Although they seem a little pink, you can see that they are also white. It's mostly from the purple lighting above, as well as, of course, the very pink at the bottom, the deposits from the Himalayan sea salt. But it is not blue or green in any way, because it is not oxidizing or thus becoming toxic. This is pure monoatomic, not particulates. It is in its single atom plasma state, as Keshi calls GANS, gas, atom, nano, solid state acronym for this monoatomic plasma, or David Hudson calls ORMUS, orbitally rearranged molecule electron, or orbital electron structure. ORMUS, orbital molecule electron. Anyways, both acronyms for a single atom in a superconductive plasma state. Thus, the fourth state of matter is plasma. And once again, pointing out the top half is cleared of that pinkish salt, and the bottom half is heavily condensed with it, and the top now being an EZ zone, exclusion zone, and one half now positive charged, the other half negatively charged, so that water is a polarized battery in this electrolysis cold fusion reaction. And when you touch in the reaction or drop in blood, hair, saliva, parts of your DNA, then it will start replicating it into different, wow, brain fart in the moment, amino acids of your DNA and cell structure. As you can see here, the light. camera sucks. Anyways, the condensed monoatomics floating. And these plasmoids, there's a bunch there in the middle. They look like clouds, as well as all the hydrogen that is collecting on the side walls of the tub. But that is your Ormus, your GANs, your monoatomic plasma state matter that Sir Isaac Newton describes in his alchemy writings as the final state of all metal elements in their mercurial white form, and that you can break down all metals into these white plasma state monoatomic form. Just like gas, noble gases become ionized in their fourth plasmatic state and become superconductive, putting off light like the aurora borealis and your neon light tubes. Metal elements become this pure, fluffy, single monoatomic plasma material, also known as GANs or ORMEs. And this is the material that has been claimed to display properties such as the loss of weight or mass when being measured, supercapacitance when you spin it, generating pure plasma energy fields. And wow, this camera really sucks and should be way better at focusing. Sorry, guys. Seems the more expensive they are, the crappier they want to work. Hey, Double O. Oh, there's a ridiculous amount of this sort of research. I highly suggest checking out kfssi.org, also keshifoundation.org. They have over a decade of different documented and peer-reviewed experiments and research that they have been doing on it. David Hudson's work, Dan Winters has done a decent amount on this as well. Nassim Haramein. For your coils, you need to check out Marco Rodin's work and Randy Carl on it. Randy Powell's work on the Rodin coil and the toroid coils, as well as what I was playing there, Daniel Nunes and his wife, and their one-stop energies, where they make the super advanced versions of a three-phased Rodin toroid coil. They call theirs the POE, Peace on Earth coils. And the video I played there of the Global Breakthrough Energy Movement, where they were doing their presentation, that's actually several years old. And they have much, much more recent videos of constant experiments and advancements that they've been making on their YouTube channel, Daniel Nunes YouTube channel. I will try to put the link here in the chat before I end this. Yeah, stupid lights. It's hard to get. Oh, look at that. Good call. Good call. Good advice. Smart girl. Thank you. Yeah, salt water is like a battery and just energy in general, and our oceans are the largest power electrical magnetical source that we are exposed to. I believe there's technologies where they were probably powering their ships through using the ocean and the differential between having an antenna going up to the top of the mast, maybe even a kite flying with the wire up above the mast or balloon, and then the anchor dragging behind several hundred feet down, or as far as they could below in the sea water, connected together. Well, that is a ridiculous amount of free electricity that you could create from that differential, especially if you made that into a three-phase and had your cathode and anode both going in from the ship to the salt water. All right. As I look up a couple links here, we will play Cambell's amazing little short again. We will also be having Michelle Gibson back on soon, as well as finally another third round with Paul Cook.
This is the bit, isn't it? That confuses me. It's like, did we choose to come here to get this sorted out, or is this just seems a little unfair, doesn't it? That you know, we seem to be here and there's this parasite messing up our experience.
And, you know, I know in my own life, the times that I've made major changes, it was like it became more painful not to change than to change. That was when I made big changes.
You know, it's this whole ridiculous narrative of, it's, you know, it's an unsafe world. There's not enough for you. It's scary. Everyone's out to get you. And clearly the old civilization was completely the opposite to that. It was all about empowerment, like literally.
Cosmic resonance, I think they called that one. Or
Cosmic resonance, that's a better name.
Real science, you can actually produce free electricity, and this is part of what Tesla was doing, is the differential between the top of the spire to the ground actually creates an electrical differential that you then connect to another wire that goes into the ground, your grounding, put that into the third phase in your circuit, and then you have a bell ringing circuit, and that actually produces plasma electricity out of the air. It's real technology. These things actually function producing electricity. It's crazy.
The movies are the truth and the news is the lies. They've completely flipped it.
You know, when you look at everything with new eyes and you come across information like she was born into a very wealthy family with elite connections, you know, it means something very different now to me than it would have even a few years ago. And it's our free will that they've really also messed with, because we've been lied to and we react based on lies. Just getting their independence and end up in civil wars for 20, 30 years happens a lot.
Because we keep choosing to pick up the gun and use it on ourselves instead of building and uniting and accepting that we are one people, one spirit, one harmony on one plane that together, united, can achieve anything we dream of.
So do you want to, you know, wake up, or do you want to just keep going along because to change is too difficult?
And then give them pieces of information that they will then pursue themselves and look into, and then they'll wake themselves up.
I was going to mention it's the whole red pill, blue pill of the Matrix. I mean, that of the movie. And you can consider that movie as a documentary because they're telling us something about what's happening here. So do you want to, you know, wake up, or do you want to just keep going along because to change is too difficult? Wake up.
You guys are awesome. Oh wow, I messed that one up. Anyways, here is the Nunez channel on YouTube. As you can see there, there's actually experiments that they show videos of where they use their coils to grow plants, and in their experiments they didn't even expose the plants to light. They were in dark rooms and it was just the coil, and the celery is growing in at the coil. The further away the plant was from the coil, the less it grew. It is very fascinating. So I posted the link. You guys should definitely check it out because, well, there's the growing, and they also show you how to make them yourself, as well as all sorts of crazy different experiments that they do with them. This one's very fascinating, levitating spinning magnet in the middle of the coil. Yeah, it's worth it. You'll love it. So make sure you go over, give them a like and a subscribe, and play this last little shorty of theirs before logging off. As
hello everyone, this is Daniel Nunez
gotta
with
go.
OneStopEnergies.com.
Wish I could keep going
and
forever.
Today we're just gonna take a look back at some of these older vortex coil constructions that I've made. Talk about the history of these designs, and I want to kind of help you guys to see the difference between the geometries of each one so that you can know what you're looking at and name them accordingly. So beginning with the original Rodin coil design, in the beginning they were made again with these kind of frames. We opted to make a acrylic template and just cut out the 12 spokes instead of mark the 12 points with pins as other people were doing online way back when. And in this way it just helped keep everything together. But what you can notice here is a very clear 12 o'clock to 5 o'clock pattern that repeats itself until the pattern finds its way back to the starting point, right? So it's a 12 o'clock, 5 o'clock pattern. So you can count it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So if this is 1 and that's 12, we're going to go 12, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the fifth spot, and then it continues on, count out to the next spot, and it would be the same thing again. It goes down here, and you wind it over this way again, and you see the pattern repeats itself. 12 o'clock, 5 o'clock configuration. So that's the Rodin coil there. As you can see, it ends up with bunching in the middle. That doesn't just happen with the plastic in the way that I did it here. It will still happen if you use one of those hollowed out toruses. So yeah, we learned a lot from this. It does resonate, and it does put out a very decent field. Some anomalous readings with north and south having to do with the bore magnetically. And all in all, a lot to learn from this design. Highly recommend people building it. Next up, we have the Abha variation. We learned this particular approach from a gentleman named Jack Scholes. It's the work of Randy Powell, his interpretation of the vortex-based mathematics that Marco was aiming for with this construction. You have this other type of design where you have looped circuits that come right back to themselves. So like bands, like that, right? So it comes around and it comes right back to itself. So see, that's my finger in there. Comes back to itself on a loop, and then it's terminated. I basically just opted to use a type of Litz wiring just to keep everything together. But yeah, you can very clearly see the markings where the gap spaces are supposed to be. And again, it's an interpretation of the VBM that Marco was showing years ago by Randy Powell. This particular design got me very excited when a gentleman named Jack Scholes got a ball magnet to basically resonate inside of a like a glass cup, and he had it very, very far away from the driving coil, and it was maintaining resonance. So I've never seen something like that. It really captivated my interest. So made a couple of these, made them larger, and from this design, we started creating the templates like this to uphold the torus shape instead of using these plastic toys. A lot of people were trying different options, and we went the route of these kind of discs. So next up, you have the POE design. The POE design actually came about because we were, as I said, we were working on this design and wanted to avoid having the bands come back to each other. So instead, we stretched out the distance of the wire and basically had the progressions just miss each other so that they continued just missing, just missing, just missing until the whole thing is completed. And that's what we have here. So as you can see, you have a starting point that begins and it loops around perfectly, comes back, loops around perfectly, loops around until it's back at the starting point again. And on this particular variation, it's flipped every single time so that it stacks perfectly like that, creating a layered effect. So what we're finding with this one is that you have less bunching in the very center of the bore. You also have some different effects that happen when energized. You have a bias, almost like the field wants to form more on one side rather than the other. So again, learning a lot from these different designs and constructions and finding different ways to advance them. Since this particular single strand, we've already progressed to 3 strands at once that lay in parallel and allow you to use these coils as a trifilar type design. So yeah, here we are, all very exciting designs. Each one of them allows you for different research. And like something like this, you can drive it with multiple frequencies at once. It's not saying that one is better than the other, it's just different designs that function slightly differently. So I just want to share that with you all. Again, you have the Rodin coil just flattened out, but this is what the Rodin coil looks like. You have the Abha coil, again with the multiple terminations just like that, and then the POE coil. And again, POE stands for Peace on Earth. There you have it. Just wanted to share that with you all. Hope you're having a beautiful day, and thanks for watching.
All right. So there you go. Boop, boop, ba-doop. Once again, just pointing out how that plasma monoatomic cloud there, I bumped it, it descended, and it only went halfway and stopped right at the top of the exclusion zone. Crazy effects. But I got to go, so love you all. Thank you for tuning in, and we will see you on the next one. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to move Science of Sound to tomorrow night, so tune in and look for it tomorrow. Love you all, and see you on the next one.